how the legislature works and how the legislature and the executive can deliver services to our citizens. So I have experiences on both sides.
He is certain that the pendulum will swing to his side during the primaries, promising delegates.
My brothers and sisters, distinguished delegates, I promise you that when eventually we discuss and find common ground with His Excellency and vote for me, you will forever be pleased with the way and manner I will lead this country.
Mr. Lawan also discredits reports that the APC in Kano is in disarray.
No amount of propaganda will convince or confuse anyone that Kano is shaking at all. APC in Kano is steady, solid, like a rock. Come 2023, by the grace of God, we'll have an APC governor and his deputy. All our 3 senators will be APC. All the 24 members of the House of Representatives will be APC.
On his part, Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje assures the Senate President of Kano's support ahead of the primaries.
Your Excellency, we assure you of our full cooperation. Kano State is a swing state in the presidential primaries, even in the presidential election. And Kano State will swing when it is time to swing. Thank you and God bless.
Stephen Enoch, Plus TV News, Kano.
Insecurity and terrorism have been a major challenge to the Nigerian government in recent times. The activities of Boko Haram have led to loss of lives and properties in the country, especially in the northern parts of Nigeria. Some of these activities include bombing, shooting of unarmed citizens, burning of police stations and churches, kidnapping of school students, and more. Authority figures have continued to challenge the political class to rise to the occasion. The reports.
The African Bar Association at a press conference expressed their worries about the increasing levels of abuses by the government forces in the various theaters of conflict across the continent. They acknowledged the legitimacy of state actors and institutions to protect and keep the national boundaries and territories secure from terrorists and other criminals. They also pointed out the underlying conditions that are responsible for violence and conflict. The president of the African Bar Association, Hannibal Egbe Uwafo, said there was a need for change in the insecurity architecture of Nigeria. But unfortunately, the political class with the National Assembly has failed in their responsibility to the Nigerian system. He also stated that the media has a big role to play in shaping the minds of the people.
For us, as a body, we have tried our best to advocate for a change in the security architecture of Nigeria. Unfortunately, with politics bedeviling everywhere, with a docile and most unfortunate National Assembly that we are unable to move forward. Let me make it clear that the National Assembly has the responsibility to the Nigerian people, not to their political parties. They have a responsibility, so when they keep playing politics, instead of looking after the lives of Nigerians and making laws that will benefit and solve the country's problems, they run to Aso Rock to go and meet the president, to go and hear his views instead of making laws that will benefit Nigeria.
The chairman, Human and Constitutional Rights Committee, African Bar Association, Sonny Ekowosi, said the insecurity in Nigeria has gone beyond the government, that we can't continue to wait for the government to improve the security issues in the country. That is why they have come together to make sure that Nigeria is free from violence.
Security in Nigeria transcends government in the sense that government, we have been expecting government to improve the situation. It has not improved. So this is what we are doing today. The African Bar Association is intervening to ensure that the whole continent is free from violence, especially Nigeria. So all stakeholders ought to come in. You know, all hands should be on deck.
The conference focused on the legal boundaries of counter-terrorism operations, implications for human rights and humanitarian law, as well as conducting safe and legal security operations. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News.
Members of the APC on Nashomolu Constituency 2 in the early hours of Wednesday staged a peaceful rally over alleged plans to impose Honorable Rotimi Olowo on them for the 5th time. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
Carrying placards bearing different descriptions, members of the APC on the Shomolu Constituency 1 marched from Bajulai Junction through Market Road, Akpatu Street, down to APC Local Government Secretariat at Onikpanu in Lagos, with leaders of the party taking the lead. Rotimi Olowo is the APC candidate representing Shomolu Constituency 1 in the Lagos State House of Assembly. The growls of these party men and women against Olowo is not far-fetched. They believe that after 16 years in the House of Assembly, he should pave the way for others.
Party bigwigs had gone to talk to him. He said no, that he must go and contest. He served under 3 governors. He served under Fashola for 2 times. He served with Ambode. He's now serving with Sanwo-Olu. And we feel it is time for him to go so that other fresh beings can come in.
If my people say they still want him to go, fair enough. If they say they don't want him, if they say enough is enough, then enough is enough. I am standing by the people of Shomolu.
They called on the party leadership to refrain from imposition of candidates on the people if they are out to win the 2023 elections.
The problem was caused by the state chairman of the party, Ojelabi. Ojelabi is the main problem. He's the one that is trying to impose a candidate on the others. There are about 11 candidates in Shomolu local government. And what I'm saying is that we must give all the candidates a level playing ground to be able to exercise their democratic rights. But he has always been partial. He has always been one-sided. He will call a meeting and tell people that people should allow the party to allow somebody to run. You don't need to.
2019, our House of Representatives pulled 25,000 votes in Shomolu. Olowo managed to pull only 16,000 votes with the begging of people. The last election we have of chairmanship, because Olowo followed someone and imposed a chairman on us, the chairman pulled 9,000 out of 49,000 members. The people didn't vote for us. So if Olowo should be imposed on people, nobody will come out.
I'm using this opportunity to tell our party at the state, at the national, they should stop Honorable Olowo for the 5th time to go to the House of Assembly.
We say no to imposition. No to imposition. No to imposition. They should stop imposing Honorable Olowo Rotimi on us. He has said what is enough. Let him go and rest.
It remains to be seen the hues and cries of these party faithful who hold sway. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
In Nigeria, reporting child abuse cases is often stigmatized, with victims unsure of getting justice. A World Health Organization report in 2020 reveals that 1 in every 5 women and 1 in every 13 men have been sexually abused as a child from 0 to 17 years. To this end, stakeholders in Lagos held a consultative workshop with the Nigerian police, lawyers, child advocates, and NGOs in the administration of the criminal justice system in child abuse cases to see how victims can get justice. Plus TV Fumi Unuajefi files in this report.
In Nigeria, sexual abuse in children is an offense punishable under several sections of Chapter 21 of the Criminal Code. In spite of this, a large number of children sexually abused daily is staggering and shocking to say the least. Handling sexual abuse cases is delicate, and working across board with all stakeholders is pivotal to get justice for victims. Chachayara Foundation, in partnership with the Rule of Law Anti-Corruption Program, organized a consultative workshop with the police and stakeholders in the criminal justice system. The Ministry of Justice emphasized the need to report cases on time so that due process to conviction can begin quickly.
The perspective of the Ministry of Justice is to ensure that cases of sexual offenses and domestic violence are quickly and proactively brought to court and prosecuted. The longer it takes for a case to get to court, the higher the chances of the person becoming disinclined to come to court.
The police, on the other hand, promised to look into poorly investigated cases and plan more training for its officers.
One of the legal counsel said that some of our cases, or some cases, are not well investigated. You only see the statement of one or two statements in the case file. I think that is a different ballgame when it comes to the state CID. But I understand that at going to the divisional level, we may have issues like this, and I want to assure you that we will take care of that. We've been organizing training, like I said, with the Ministry of Justice and ROLAC, going down to the divisional level. We've been inviting divisional crime officers, DPOs, area commanders. So once we have this continuous training, I think we'll be able to improve on this aspect you are pointed at.
The focus of the workshop, the organizers say, is not only to bring to the fore the ills of society, but to go further to try and nip this scourge in the bud. They insist with fierce determination that the work has only just begun.
The Congress is over, but the work has just begun, because we were opportune to have a meeting with the Attorney General. A steering committee has been set up to develop and implement a child sexual abuse investigative and interview protocol. And the committee will consist of stakeholders in the administration of criminal justice sector, so as to navigate the way to ensure the best practices of investigating and prosecuting child sexual abuse cases.
The use of forensic interviews is helpful, not only in the prosecution of perpetrators, but also for helping the victims not to relive their trauma over and again. Fumi Unajefi for Plus TV News.
And it's time for a short break now. We will be back with more stories.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo met with Lagos APC delegates, apparently to woo them and solicit their support ahead of the party's presidential primary election. The delegates in their thousands thronged the Yard 158 premises along Kudirat Abiola Way in Oregun to welcome Vice President Osinbajo. The report.
It was another long wait, but that did not deter these APC faithful and delegates from enduring the wait to receive their candidate, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. For over 12 hours, the delegates waited, and finally he arrived, thrilling the people to some Thanksgiving songs and a message of hope.
wẹ́rẹ́ ló bá wa ṣe tí a rò pé kò ṣeé ṣe, wẹ́rẹ́ ló bá wa ṣe. I'm home in Lagos to celebrate. I'm home to thank God for all that He has done and that what He will yet do. I'm not here for a campaign. I'm not here for a consultation. I'm just home to celebrate with my brothers and sisters of Lagos State. But I want to say to you that we have just ahead of us a new Nigeria. And I'm completely certain that God helping us, we will get to that new Nigeria.
One mission to seek their support ahead of the forthcoming primary elections of the party.
We'll begin on Sunday with the primaries. And I know that we will have massive support from all of our delegates. I'm completely convinced about that because everybody wants a new Nigeria. We want a Nigeria that is secure. We want a Nigeria where there will be hope, where there will be enough employment for our young people. We want a Nigeria that has a secure economy. We want a Nigeria where young men and women will have ambitions and fulfill their ambitions here in this country. And I'm sure that we can achieve that.
He told the delegates to choose someone with experience. In high spirits, VP Osinbajo assured the delegates that victory was already knocking at his door.
God does not make a mistake. The reason why God must have given me those experiences, why He has allowed me to serve for 7 years so far, and I will still serve for another year by the grace of God, is because a time will come when our country will need new leadership. That is the reason why God gave me all that experience and all that knowledge. And that time has come. It is time now. The time has come.
He enjoined the delegates to demonstrate their support on Sunday by turning up en masse for the primaries. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Senator Seriake Dickson has called on the national leadership of the PDP to begin a process of reconciliation in order to assuage the feelings of those hurt by the outcome of the party's primaries nationwide. Dickson, a former governor of the state who was declared winner of the party's primary election for Bayelsa West, spoke to journalists afterwards. Our correspondent Jesse Esse has details.
Dickson was the sole candidate for the Bayelsa West PDP primary election. The exercise was merely a ritual to fulfill all electoral requirements as his only contender, Donald Danmoa, announced his withdrawal a day to the election. For him, it goes beyond emerging the winner of the primary. Dickson showed concern about those who vied for other positions but lost.
This is a call I'm making to the national leadership of our party. We are all stakeholders, and they should take note of this very extreme and rare development and ensure that party leaders in all our states are directed and enjoined to unfold a program of reconciliation to assuage the feelings of those who have been hurt by the decisions that ordinary members of our party from the grassroots have to make about their fate. 6 people now have to elect a flag bearer of a constituency. 9 people, 12 people, 10 people. So I know the feelings, and as a major stakeholder, I want to use this opportunity to call for understanding. If I don't, who will?
Dickson appreciated those he said were instrumental to his emergence as the flag bearer of the party for Bayelsa West Senatorial District.
I want to thank the leaders of our party in our state, beginning with the governor, who traditionally is leader of party. And I thank and appreciate the abiding support and solidarity that I've enjoyed all these years from the good people of this senatorial district. and the elders of our party who have always been solidly behind us. Today I thank the organizing team that came, the party leaders. I thank INEC, the security people, for providing this very conducive atmosphere. And I thank the almighty delegates. Yes. The almighty delegates. They are our bosses in this process.
He called on all stakeholders of the PDP to ensure that the party is victorious in the national and state assembly elections. Jesse Ese, Plus TV News, Sagbama, Bayelsa.
And in business, for Nigeria to go far with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, there is a need for a central registration in order to have an exit point for products coming from the country. This was the position of the former Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima John Isse Mede, on the sidelines of a town hall meeting for beauty products and manufacturers. Justin Akadonye has more.
The global market size of cosmetics industry is projected to reach $463.5 billion by 2027, resulting in a compound annual growth rate of 5.3% from 2021 to 2027. With so much potentials in the sector, how far is Nigeria playing in it? At this town hall meeting, the essence is to break the barriers of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises in the industry for enhanced production capacity, sales and export in the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and beyond. UNIDO consultant and former Nasima DG, John Isemede, speaks of lack of communication and coordination as players are operating in silos. In his presentation, business promoter Kolawe says, with the current economic situation, MSMEs contribute over 50% of employment generation in the country. He speaks on the essence of the workshop and how players can penetrate not just within the local market, but internationally.
The situation we have found ourselves, for us to fly looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade, there must be a central registration, so that we have an exit point. This is product coming from Nigeria.
Actual implementation of AFCTA in Nigeria has not taken place, and that's why we want to take advantage of it. Preparing the people, preparing the companies, preparing the product for the AFCTA. We're also going to leverage on our support and our relationship with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We'll be working with them to ensure that cosmetics products are mainstream into those markets through the export trade houses. So we're not working as an individual, we're working in collaboration with a lot of government agencies. The missing link is that structure process that encapsulates from the beginning to the end.
Some of the local cosmetic manufacturers believe that players have what it takes to compete internationally, while urging that Nigerians make the most of the natural resources abound. They also talk of ways government can support in terms of incentives.
We have what it takes. We have the natural resources in abundance. And there's so many other countries around us taking advantage of that. We are not. We should be the home for cosmetics.
Nigeria has over 50 million MSMEs, and less than 2% constitutes the medium and large industry. Above all, the need to leverage on this booming sector cannot be overemphasized. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, says it will continue playing its role as a bridge to engender positive collaborations between all players in fintech for the good of the industry. Ken Okpara said this during his investiture as the 22nd President and Chairman and Council of the CIBN, which held in Lagos. Justin Akadonye reports.
Having said that, gathered at this hall are banking professionals who have converged to celebrate the men who will control the helms of affairs of the Bankers Institute for the next 2 years. Though they are in a celebratory mood, musings about the industry, which has witnessed relative stability and risking, which revolves around the Generation Z, is a focal strategic goal for his administration, hence the need to encourage fintech. His predecessor, Bayo Olugbemi, shares similar thoughts.
The future is here. It means that we need to begin to build up inclusion.
have the Gen Z, the younger people, who definitely will take over from us to be inspired to do the business of banking.
We have seen that there are a lot of channels of delivery and services, and technology is the main thing now. If you don't embrace technology in banking, you fail. So that's why I encourage banks. We're doing a lot of financial technologies, but we should do much more than what we are doing now.
The competition for traditional banks has shifted in the past 7 years from fellow banks and peers to small but mighty adventure-seeking entities called fintechs. As the conversation shifts towards payment system and the CBN's e-Naira, the bank executives share their thoughts on the future and viability. Meanwhile, in an address, the Lagos State government promises to continue to make the state conducive for business to thrive.
In terms of payment system, you discover that the banks have done so much in accelerating the payment system. It's one of the countries in this world where you can do online service and get instant payment. It does even in US. If you do payment, it doesn't happen instantly. And that's essentially is a credit to the banking system.
I think our people, Nigeria in particular, we prefer cash. But little by little, I think the tenets or the policy of e-Naira will go down.
Show you all that we are working tirelessly to further strengthen the economy and the financial sector in Lagos to make life better for all Lagosians.
In line with re-engineering the sector, the CIBN promises to develop a digital roadmap for the banking and finance industry and offer certifications on digital skills. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunui. Thank you for watching.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer-herder clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
Look, people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. To sleep for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarapa land.
Ibarapa land comprises of Igongon, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarapa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones going over. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarapa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora and here now, there's no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarapa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, Southwest, and South-South. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's Central Belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Benin-Gwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Ojoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Benin-Gwari without these escorts. From Ojoa, the journey to Benin-Gwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Benin-Gwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Erena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross to
cross over to Port where
What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force, you know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in the position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables. saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Good afternoon. I am Olamide Adiemi. This is the news brief. Mr. Rochas Okorocha has been remanded in the custody of the EFCC pending the determination of his bail application. Justice Iyan Gako of the Federal High Court in Abuja gave the remand order this morning. A chieftain of the APC and an ally to the ex-governor Ayim Chinenye is expected to join Okorocha in the EFCC custody. Okorocha, Chinenye and 5 companies were arraigned on 17 counts of money laundering filed by the EFCC. Were joined till Tuesday for the hearing of the bail applications by Okorocha and Chinenye. Now, after a long wait, the former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, emerged the People's Democratic Party presidential candidate for the 2023 election. He won with a total vote of 371 votes. His close rival, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike, polled 237, while his counterpart in Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, got 38 votes from delegates.
Today, we are making another history. A history which we believe will bring about fundamental changes in governance and also in our political processes.
It is a win to redirect Nigeria, to rebuild Nigeria. It is a win to rescue Nigeria. And it is a win to change the narrative of our country. And for we, the young people particularly, we believe in the man, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. We believe that this man is going to set Nigeria on course for greatness.
I'm very happy that he won this beautiful victory. It's a beautiful victory, and we are happy for it.
Meanwhile, leaders in the southern and central regions of the country under the auspices of the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum have faulted the PDP for electing a northern presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections. They described the outcome of the exercise as an affront to the people of the South and asked politicians in the region to reject any nomination for the office of the Vice President. And a communique jointly signed yesterday by leaders of the groups that make up the forum, they specifically faulted the emergence of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the main opposition party's flag bearer. Presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, has charged the presidential candidate of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, to base his campaigns on issues. Former Vice President Abubakar emerged as PDP's presidential candidate on Saturday. Tinubu gave the charge in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja to congratulate Abubakar on his victory at the PDP's primary election. He said Abubakar must be prepared to tell Nigerians how he planned to reverse his party's renation of Nigeria's prospect during his 16 years governance between 1999 and 2015. Ahead of the 2023 general election, the immediate past Minister of State for Niger Delta, Tayo Alasho-Adura, has lost his bid to claim the ticket of the All Progressive Congress APC for Ondo Central Senatorial District to Adeniyi Adepomire. Alasho-Adura, who polled 88 votes, lost to Adeniyi, who scored 144 at the primaries. Then the primary, 4 other aspirants, which include Wumi Olatunji, got 2 votes. Tola Awushika got 44 votes, Adeniro Oyebade scored 0 votes, and Ileshola Akinpelomi had 45 votes.
Adeniyi Adewumire's son scored the highest votes of vote cast, thereby declared winner.
They have not lost. We are members of one big happy family. We have one objective, which is the success of the APC. And I have no doubt in my mind that they would come together with me to see that the APC is successful in general elections. So I have no doubt in my mind at all. I don't think there's any rancor.
Ahead of the 2023 general elections, media practitioners have been tasked to strive to be professional by putting national interest above individual or group interest in the reportage. The president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Chris Isiguzo, at an awards and lectures day in Kaduna with theme Media Role in Political Campaigns, Election and Crisis Management. Plus TV News correspondent Abila Darufai's report is presented from our studios.
Over the years, the media has been on the forefront of contributing to peace, economic and social development in any society. This has made it more accountable to the citizens, a watchdog of the society and voices of the masses. Speaking at this award and lectures ceremony, the NUJ president, Chris Isiguzo, said there is need for journalists to uphold the virtue of patriotism. Speaking at this award and lectures ceremony, the NUJ president, Chris Isiguzo, said there is need for journalists to uphold the virtue of patriotism in their patronage, in their reportage, as the nation prepares for the 2023 general elections. Isiguzo harped on the need to imbibe the habit of setting positive agenda for national discourse.
As journalists, this is a season where so many things will be. You must bear in mind that at the end of the political campaigns, at the end of the political activities, we must have a country that works for us. We must have succeeded in enthroning leaderships that will be able to take us to greater heights. that will take us to the next level of governance, the next level of good governance, the next level of democracy dividends, the next level of accountability, the next level of integrity, the next level of credibility in governance.
Also, the chairman of NUJ Kaduna State Council, who is also the first female chairman in the northwest of Nigeria, Ajia Asmau Alilu, duties. Keynote guest lecturer Malam Ahmed Balarabe Said urged journalists to be socially responsible to the society while reporting election matters.
Actually, the drive behind these things is the support we enjoy from members. We have enjoyed tremendous support. You know, it's only natural for you to always give back. To whom much is given, much is expected. And most importantly, we are going to prioritize welfare of members, unify members, bring everyone along, carry everyone along, and have a very beautiful NUJ family. We call on members to adhere strictly to the ethics of our profession, because especially as we are approaching time, you know, members who want to align with political parties is very wrong.
There is a need for the media to scale up massive public enlightenment through content and coverage of campaign and election matters in the interest of the electorate. Bias and unbalanced reporting must be eschewed. Importantly, the media needs to exercise restraint in the coverage of elections, especially as it involves the declaration of results.
Highlights of the event included the presentation of awards to individuals and corporate organizations and the commissioning of some facilities by the new NUJ Executive Council in Kaduna State.
64 youths and widows have benefited from the Entrepreneurship and Skill Acquisition Initiative of the Nigerian Army Officers' Wives Association. At the graduation ceremony of the beneficiaries in Yola, the Adamawa State capital, the coordinator of the initiative is aimed at training families of both civilian and military personnel to become self-reliant and productive.
The Entrepreneurship Skills Acquisition Center, ISAC, was established in 2020 with the aim of reducing the plight of wives of fallen heroes and the youth after the backlash of insurgency. Since inception, the center has graduated 5 sets of trainees in various skills such as ICT, tailoring, barbing, knitting, bakery, production of sachet water, catering services, among others.
Accordingly, in our midst today, we have vibrant youths of the Nauwa ISAC who, after undergoing 3 months of rigorous training from our resourceful, versatile trainers, will be graduating to the 27th of May 2022. I can assure you that the graduating students are ready to meet the demands of the wider society through various skills acquired from this center.
I wish to also appreciate the Commander 23 Brigade, Brigadier General A.M. Garba, and his commanders for their support to Nauwa. I assure you all of our commitment to provide a peaceful and purpose-filled atmosphere for the families in the barracks while you are engaged in the cause of carrying out your military duties.
The brigade commander of 23 Brigade, Gibson Jallo, donates 5 desktop computers to the center to enhance IT training.
I want to make a token presentation of 5 flat-screen desktop computers to the 23 Brigade Nauwa Skill Acquisition Center Computer Department. This is to aid and enhance IT training in the center.
One of the beneficiaries explodes in joy for the skills acquired.
I came here for skills acquisition and I learned a lot from computer department, and they impacted so many knowledge that which most of us have learned a lot. That I think everything we learned here is a very good thing.
The high point of the event is the distribution of relief materials to the widows.
Moving on, civil society organizations that converge in Benin City, the Edo State capital, have warned that the current model of divestment by international oil companies operating in the Niger Delta will cause local communities to lose economic power. The jury conclusion at a civil society roundtable on IOC divestments from the Niger Delta organized by the Environmental Right Action Friends of the Earth Nigeria. Some of those that spoke at the convening include Friday Ogerake, former Edo State House of Assembly member, and Prince Bab Parpuru, president of the Host Communities Network of Nigeria. Ogerake described divestment by the IOCs as a strategy of using and dumping off the people of the oil-bearing communities and their environment, adding that the decisions of the oil firms to leave the region without remediating for oil pollution was tantamount to sucking the juice from a fruit and leaving the shaft behind. In a similar vein, Pawuro noted that the joint venture agreement between the Nigerian government and the IOCs is better described as profit sharing without accountability and responsibilities to the local communities. Earlier, RFON Executive Director Chima Williams said that the roundtable on divestment was a continuation of a process that they had commenced to integrate the reason the IOC suddenly started a divestment process.
Nigerian state must cease forth the incentivization of the oil companies to divest from onshore and invest in deep offshore. If there should be an incentive for such investment, should be that there is already a guaranteed process of reclaiming our environment and restoring it to what it was before these divesting entities began operations.
We have always known that perhaps what drives the oil economy in Nigeria is profit. Profit, profit, and profit. Not the people. Not how the people will benefit from what ordinarily is a God-given blessing.
There is no community problems, no government policy, there are no government agents. DPRO is not there. So when they get to the deep offshore, they just do business the way they want to do business. Anyhow, destroy the environment, destroy everything without anybody.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, says it has approved 2 herbal drugs to undergo clinical trials towards the treatment of COVID-19. A statement on Sunday by the agency resident media consultant, Mr. Olusayo Akintola, however, denounced the claim of approval of IHP Detox Tea for the treatment of COVID-19 patients. The agency alleged that a claim was made in March by the Chief Executive Officer of Bioresources Development and Conservative Program, Professor Maurice Iwu, on one of the dailies about the approval of Detox Tea. The statement quoted the Director General of the agency, Professor Moji Adeyeye, saying that only NAFDAC has the mandate to make any pronouncements on any regulated products that showed satisfactory scientific evidence. In a bid to checkmate the excesses of oil thieves and oil bunkers, as well as ensuring that critical national assets in the state are safe from economic saboteurs, the Anti-Vandal Squad of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Rivers State Command has uncovered a residential building that doubles as a dump site for the storage of local, illegally refined automotive gas oil. Rivers State Commandant Abu Tambawal, who was represented by the head of Anti-Vandal Squad, Deputy Commandant Joaquin Okafor, said following a sustained intelligence, it was discovered that a particular building along a notable university in Port Harcourt was being used as loading point. Okafor said the surveillance team of the Anti-Vandal Squad swung into action to effect the arrest of those carrying out the act.
Based on this sustained intelligence, the surveillance team of the Anti-Vandal Squad laid ambush for 3 days to monitor the events around the area in consonance with the provision of the Act of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. I eventually ordered my men to advance into the compound and will later confirm that the compound is being used as a loading point of this illegally refined automotive gas oil, popularly known as AGO.
Giving more details on the arrest, Deputy Commandant Okafor said The team also identified a local jetty nearby the scene of the crime, where illegally refined agave are being loaded for onward transmission to would-be buyers.
A black Lexus 330 saloon car with number plate Bayasa GBB 52EA. A Toyota Avalon gold color with registration number Livers FH 730 PHC, laden with some cellophane bags of illegally refined AGO, a boat engine, and several bags of AGO stored in cellophane bags scattered within the premises, as you can see. Let me use this opportunity to repeat to the general public that NSDC Rivers State Command will not relent in the fight against oil theft.
The head anti-vandals said the command will approach the court with the requisite jurisdiction to make necessary application for the forfeiture of the petroleum products, modes of conveyance, and the residential apartments, as this unscrupulous act contravenes the provision of the Miscellaneous Offences Act 2004. The National Examination Council yesterday announced that it has extended the registration period of the 2022 Senior School Certificate Examination for school-based candidates to midnight of Monday, 20th June 2022. The agency made this known in a statement made available to reporters in the early hours of today. The registration period was initially scheduled to close today. Nigeria has recorded 21 confirmed cases of the monkeypox disease in the last 5 months, with 1 death, according to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control. The NCDC further disclosed that in the month of May, only 6 new confirmed positive cases were reported from 4 states, with Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Lagos 1, and Rivers 1. Also, 20 suspected cases were reported from 11 states, with Lagos 5 numbers, Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Rivers 2, Niger 2, the FCT 2, Delta 1, Oyo 1, Kaduna 1, Edo 1, and Gombe 1. A 40-year-old man with renal comorbidity and on immune suppressive drugs died from the disease. In commemoration of Children's Day celebration and the recognition of the role played by children in each family and the need to celebrate and make them feel loved and important, Nigerians recounted some of their childhood memories and the need to help out-of-school children. That's on Street Views.
My childhood was full of fun. I'm the last born of my mom, and I'm always with her everywhere. So, I would like my children to go abroad for holidays. So I didn't have that privilege.
And the fun was always there. We'll go to the back of the school where we'll have no disturbance, me and my friends. We'll just be there, and then we'll be throwing this rubber band. I guess you should be able to remember what that means. So it's always very fun.
We'll celebrate them, they'll give them gifts. I prefer to go to school.
Some are walking on the streets doing nothing. So we need assistance from the government. You can see my daughter, she's here today to help me, just to keep her company up today, not to roam about.
I didn't really grow up with my parents. I stayed with my stepmom. So though she was not too bad, but my own children, of course, by God's enablement, they will stay with me, they will grow up with me, and I will train them. You know, there's a difference when you train your own personal child that you give birth to. It's always different.
I really enjoy my kids simply because my father trained us very well. Whenever the children is approaching, they will buy us white socks, white tennis. That's at that material time. So we go to stadium or we go to school, we go to match, we do this, we do that. So it was really fun and very, very awesome. All I want for my children is best for them, academically sound. And I want to treat them in the way of the Lord. And I want them to become great, especially in this universe we are.
the children's play. I miss that a whole lot. If I try to picture it, going back to it, I'm like, some of my siblings and younger ones that look up to me like, uncle, why are you playing like this? And didn't you know you are old? I'm like, because I miss that.
I don't feel like celebrating Children's Day. Instead of me celebrating, I'm helping my mom to sell food stuff. And I think government should help them to provide parents shelters and take them to the motherless baby home, take them to schools, feed them and do everything they need.
And in other parts of Africa, Sudan's leading general on Sunday lifted a state of emergency that was imposed on the country following the October coup he led. The country experienced over the weekend yet another day of protest against the military coup. The decision by General Abdel Fattah Burhan, head of Sudan's ruling Sovereign Council, came hours after the Security and Defense Council, Sudan's highest body that decides on security matters, suggested it. The news came the same day as the UN envoy for Sudan regretted the killing of 2 anti-coup protesters in Khartoum on Saturday. The 2 were killed during protests in Khartoum's Kala neighborhood. Now, 8 projects across sub-Saharan Africa are threatened by the fallout from the war in Ukraine, potentially putting millions of lives at risk. Humanitarian agencies already struggling with widespread price increases under the COVID-19 pandemic say the crisis in Europe has made things worse. Even the cost of life-saving therapeutic food for malnourished children has spiked. At a camp for displaced families in the Somali town of Dolo, 1-year-old Azan is weighed in a plastic bucket suspended from a scale by a medical technician as his mother, Hassan Abiba Mohammed Noor, watches on. Mohammed Noor says the Al-Shabaab militant group and a crippling drought in her village forced her to flee with Azan. Outside Africa, rescue workers in Nepal today recovered 14 bodies as they scored a remote Himalayan mountainside scattered with the wreckage of a small plane that crashed with 22 aboard. Operated by privately owned Tara Air, the aircraft went down during cloudy weather yesterday and was spotted by Nepal's army early on Monday after search operations that were halted overnight were resumed. The De Havilland Canada DHC-6 300 twin-otter aircraft took off from the tourist town of Pokhara, 125 kilometers west of Kathmandu yesterday morning. The destination was Jomson, a popular tourist and pilgrimage site that lies about 50 miles northwest of Pokhara, usually a 20-minute flight. Meanwhile, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi today urged the Pacific region not to be too anxious about his country's aims. This was after a meeting in Fiji with his counterpart from 10 island nations was unable to agree to a sweeping trade and security communique. Wang hosted the meeting with foreign ministers from Pacific Island nations with diplomatic ties with China midway through a diplomatic tour of the region. It is where Beijing's ambition for wider security ties have caused concern among U.S. allies. A draft communique and 5-year action plans was sent by China to the invited nations ahead of the meeting showed China was seeking a sweeping regional trade and security agreement. Moving on to business, Nigeria's external reserve has dropped to a 7-month low as exporters, politicians and others tighten their grip on dollars. According to data obtained from the CBN website, Naira fell to $38.57 billion as of May 25, 2022. The last time it was at this level was in late October 2020. The drop in Nigeria's reserves will make defending the Naira from further devaluation more difficult. Moving on to entertainment, the new Top Gun movie has given Hollywood superstar Tom Cruise his first $100 million opening weekend at the box office. Top Gun Maverick sees him reprise his role as U.S. Navy pilot Pete Maverick Marshall from the original 1986 film. In his first 3 days in North American theaters, the sequel earned an estimated $124 million in ticket sales Paramount Pictures said on Sunday. Worldwide, the figure is raised to an estimated $248 million. And finally, in sport, France's sport minister said fans without tickets caused initial crowd problems at the Champions League final in Paris despite strong criticism of the event's policing on Saturday. Amelia Castera blamed a mass gathering of supporters with fake tickets for the chaos at the stadium. She also said local youths trying to force their way in made things worse. But the UK Cultural Secretary Nadine Dorries described the scenes as deeply concerning and has urged an inquiry. That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adiemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayuwame Saleh, and I have with me Manny Money in the studio. Hello, Manny Money.
Hello, Uwa. How are you?
Father Lord, may money be attached to my name. What's that Igbo name again you have?
Obiangeli.
Obiangeli.
Yes.
Let money be attached to my name too.
I have come to chop.
How are you?
Fine,
How was
thank
the week?
you. My week has been okay, not bad.
Money, we're having you for the prison conversation next week, Wednesday.
Yes, and I'm seriously looking forward to it.
Right. So how was the prison visit yesterday?
It was amazing.
Awesome.
It was amazing. I always have a good time when I go to prison.
Wow.
Yeah.
But wait, I wanted to ask, or maybe should I wait till Wednesday? No, let me just ask. The elections, is it affecting the prisons? Like, you know how some government, they're trying to seek favor and all of that. They don't give pardons and all of that. Are we seeing some of those things happening?
It happens sometimes.
But it's not happening in this season?
Not right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I can't wait to have that conversation with you on prisons and the CSR work, because we're starting something around CSR from next month,
That'll
Wednesday.
be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be fun. We're supposed to have OT, but she's going to join us much later on Zoom. We're having an interesting conversation today. It's Children's Day. I'm somebody's child.
I'm a child of God.
I'm the child of the Most High and the Igbinosa family. And here's what we found as today's quote. If you can control your behavior when everything around you is out of control, you can model for your children a valuable lesson in patience and understanding and snap an opportunity to shape up character. This is so deep, just says how we model, our lives in a way that the children would just, somehow take up. So it is very important.
You're not saying, you're not just telling them to do this.
Yes, you are actually leading in that direction.
Right. It's the
so
best
it's an interesting quote, I found. All right, so parents often tend to focus more on the key growth statistics of their children, such as their academics performance, right, their scores, their weight, their height, their food habits, and so much more, right? But they often miss out on keeping a check on their child or their children's emotional and mental well-being. So Manny, Uti, and I will be discussing raising emotionally balanced children in today's world, right? But first, it's very important we have this conversation because we have a lot of dysfunctional adults, right? That is, everywhere you look, you'd see left and right, people are not able to manage conflicts and all of that. You hear killings here, this one is happening there. And we already know that some of these things stem from the foundation. But we'll do all of those. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Where Is Now. Children's Day is a commemorative date celebrated annually in honor of children whose date of observance varies from, by country rather. In 1925, International Children's Day was first proclaimed in Geneva during the World Conference on Child Welfare. Since 1950, it is celebrated on June 1st in most communist and post-communist countries. World Children's Day is celebrated on 20th of November to commemorate the Declaration of Rights of the Child by the UN General Assembly on the 20th of November 1959. Now, in some countries, it is Children's Week, and some countries, it's not Children's Day, but today, in some parts of the world, it's Children's Day. Children were on holiday, they didn't go to school. I miss all of that because my children they're not, once they go to school, till they come back on the holiday, I don't have any. So it's so hard to relate what the current trends are for children now because I have no child around me, right? Even when they come around, they are more like,
on their own. I don't know how adults. You do it, or I don't think I can live apart from my children right now.
Really?
No, I don't think.
Trust me. Trust me. So I don't. Maybe with the conversation we're having today, it just gives me some level of comfort that, to some extent, right? I've done well as a mother. Right, I've done well as a mother because everything that was needed to invest in the life of my children was done before the age of 10. And that is technically the growth age. I think they even say it's 8. When the child is 8, the child is already formed. So it takes the grace of God for anything to be upturned at that point. So as a mother, I did a lot of sacrifice. I didn't go to work. I didn't do all of those things because I wanted to be involved in raising my children. So when I see them going out now, I'm comfortable because
like saying, look at my investment.
Yes, because they so I'm not hearing bad reports. They're not coming back with a lot of, you know. So it means that yes, to some extent, I need to pat myself in the back that, you know,
if I do say so
myself.
Congratulations.
I try.
Congratulations.
All right, so what did you find for us in the news, Manny?
Okay. Lagos teacher flogs pupil over homework. Victim vomits and dies. A junior secondary school pupil of Simple Faith Schools, Agbara, Lagos State, Emmanuel Amidu, has died at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Surulere. The victim's father, Akinola Amidu, claimed that the 12-year-old was flogged by a teacher when he went to school on Thursday, May 12th, 2022. He said that his son started vomiting shortly after beating and was rushed to a hospital where he gave up the ghost. The distraught father alleged that the school management was covering up his son's death and protecting the mathematics teacher, one Mr. Stephen, who allegedly flogged Emmanuel for not completing his assignment. He said, "I was at home that Thursday because I was on leave. I recall that Emmanuel asked me for money to buy a new exercise book, and I gave him 500 naira to buy the book and gave the remaining change to his sisters. Later that day, I was called by the management of the school that Emmanuel was vomiting. Meanwhile, this was a boy who left home without any health issues. I had to go to the hospital and we moved him. I had to go to the school and we moved him immediately to a hospital. I later learned that the whole thing started after their class teacher, Mr. Stephen, beat the whole of his class for not completing their mathematics assignments. Emmanuel was actually using my phone torchlight to do his assignment a day before, but I had to collect the phone from him and his sister because I needed to be in constant contact with my office. It was at Lutz that I lost my son. Meanwhile, the management of the school quickly ran to the Marogbo police station at Agbara. Marogbo police station at Agbara to report that my son died from vomiting. So Akinola, 45, demanded the arrest and prosecution of the teacher, and he urged the state government and the police to give the family justice. So for me, I don't think that these teachers have any right to be flogging students in school. You know, you don't do your homework, it's okay. Why do you need to beat the child? Punish, there are different ways you can punish children. Why do you need to flog somebody's child until he dies? I just think it's crazy. It's unacceptable. You understand?
And again, especially because if you look at the story, it says that they flogged the entire class, right? So for one child to die, and the other children rather in the class, they seem fine. It meant that, okay, maybe. But you see, that's why they say you do not, you know how they say don't pick a fight on the street, because you do not know who is a walking corpse, who is healthy, who is not fit, you know, for that. You know, it might just be a small pat on the chest, and the person
loses his life.
Yes, the person loses their lives. So that's why you do not, you can't ascertain the health status per child. You don't even know if that child maybe had not eaten or had maybe diarrhea. You don't know anything about the children.
What was going on with the child.
Yes, health-wise.
But what we know is that the child started
vomiting. So if you say vomiting, you know, is there a case maybe he probably had food poisoning a day before, or he had diarrhea or something? Do you understand? So you as a teacher, you must find creative ways to met out discipline. You know, when it comes to children, you don't, you know, you don't have to use.
You kill a child because the child did not do his
homework, right?
Like,
it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what's going on.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We'll talk more on that when we start the conversation. Mine is just like a feel-good story. I just felt like, you know, as we are women, a female lawmaker floors Tinubu's ally. Why did they have to put Tinubu's ally there? To show that the person was supposed to be powerful, right? Floors Tinubu's ally, Ribadu, and she wins the Adamawa APC government ticket. You know, so I'm excited about her. A staunch ally of Governor Bola Tinubu, Nuhu Ribadu, has lost the All Progressive Congress governorship. Everybody knows Nuhu Ribadu now. Why can't you just say former, whatever? What was he again? Was he, what was his position? I can't remember. Well, Adamawa, so her name is Aisha Banani, right? So she would be, this is great news. I love the fact that she's a woman that has, you know, floored this man, and she's gotten the ticket for the APC governorship in Adamawa State. Remember, it was this same, was it Adamawa? No, it wasn't Adamawa. That woman, the light-skinned woman that eventually lost her life, God rest her soul, that was running for governorship in, it wasn't Adamawa, I can't remember the state now, but there was a female candidate as well. You know, so I'm happy that a lot of women are getting to
coming
that.
out now, yeah.
Yeah, and it seems to be a progressive state. So hopefully, let's see what will happen with whether she eventually wins the ticket. Okay, so we're going to go on a break now. Yeah, even though I had one interesting story, I thought it was a good news. I heard that Ondo State, Ogun State rather, accounts for 3.2. I need to get an economist to teach us this thing to understand how is it possible. 3.2 trillion of Nigeria's 3.7 trillion production output.
Wow.
I'm telling you, you know, because this shows that the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, I think different manufacturings and all of that, produce goods and all of that. So most of the things that are happening in Ogun State. That is a state to look out for. It means that they're in money.
Yeah.
All right, so.
That's a good one.
Yeah, well, because really, a lot of people that live in Lagos have their businesses in Ogun State, especially when you're going into manufacturing or farming and all of that.
Yeah,
most of the businesses,
cheaper labor, cheaper
everything, cheaper lands. Yeah. And you know, Lagos doesn't even have land, so it's not even an issue of cheaper. Lagos don't really have lands for those kinds of things. So you see all those industries and all of that, most of them actually have. So it makes sense. All the brewery companies, you know, the Nestle companies, most of them, they're all situated in Ogun State. So it makes absolute sense. But out of Nigeria, 3.2. So what is happening to the other states? They should just shut it down. It means that some states do not deserve to exist. That's the point I keep saying that about this.
I think the way we should look at it, it means that they're doing something right. So the other states should just go there and mirror exactly what they're doing. We're not asking them to come up with any new invention.
Before I will take my industry to your state, there has to be security. There has to be a lot of things.
Yes, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So just go there, study them, and see what it is that they have that is working for them.
Okay.
So that you can just do it.
No, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to be discussing raising emotionally balanced children. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
All right, thanks for staying with us now. According to an article on Ashiana, emotional health refers to a person's ability to cope with day-to-day life. It includes the way they feel about themselves and how they respond to whatever happens around them. Among the other decisions of wellness, emotional wellness is not only the hardest to quantify, but it is also the most important. An emotionally balanced person is one who has an awareness of his feelings or her feelings and is able to process them in a healthy manner. So how do you think, right, we can begin to raise a lot more emotionally balanced children, because we need it in this world today, you know, for some level of stability and, you know, to curb a lot of vices that we hear that is happening in the society today, right? So please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WaysShow Africa 1 with the hashtag WaysShow. And so, Manny, before Uti comes, I just wanted us to banter on this conversation because, again, when you go on social media, it's so interesting that you open blogs and you hear, oh, this boy killed his girlfriend because she broke off a 10-year relationship. That's the one that I saw of recent, I think yesterday. She broke off a relationship of 10 years. The guy kills his girlfriend, or this girl stabs her man to death because she found him cheating. This one did this one. There's so many things going on. And I just keep wondering that, okay, who raised these people? Who raised these people? Because, again, what is happening is that we are in a world where it seems like everything is in your face, right? I was telling you that my sister shared a video to our sisters group where a young man in the US, I think he's about 13. I'll find out video. He's about 13. Yeah, he's 13. He went to different stores, Manny, and he wanted to purchase different things. So he had gone to a store where they sold alcohol. The lady at the counter said, how old are you again? He said 13. Oh, I'm sorry, do you have an ID? I can't sell to you. He went to a cigarette store. They bounced him off. He went to a store where they were selling all these magazines that has all this pornographic whatever. They bounced him off. He then walks into a gun store, right? This guy picks up a gun. So imagine that that boy has, you know, some level of emotional baggage. I mean, look at the recent shooting that happened in Texas. I think about 19, you know, as at the last time I counted, 19 children died, two teachers died as well. So there is a lot going on. And guess what? People would vent out how they feel on the next person available. That boy that took guns to a school to just go and kill people is coming from somewhere. There has to be something deeply seated in the mind of that child that the child just feels like, you know what, I can't handle it anymore. And that, I think in my own opinion, must have been an outburst of whatever it was he was feeling.
Yeah.
So not many people have the capacity to be able to get a gun. A lot of people are doing so many things. Some children throw a lot of tantrums. They are so rebellious. They begin to take up drugs. They take up alcohol. They take up all sorts of vices just because they cannot let out whatever it is that they are feeling emotionally. So how do we even start this conversation? You know, because we need that balance. Even if we didn't think we did before, now more than ever before, with the advent of the internet, social media, and so many things that our children are exposed to that they see, we need to have a balanced human being, right? And we need to start from when they are little. So where do we even start this conversation from?
So for me, I just think that sensitivity and emotional understanding, they are now very key issues for us in raising our children. For example, the guy you just talked about that went into the school and killed everybody, or killed his students and teachers, you know the reason he did what he did. They've investigated the whole thing, and they found out that he's from a poor home, and they had been laughing at him because he wears, you know, very bad looking clothes to school. He smells or whatever, and he had to endure all this throughout his childhood.
To bully.
Yes, he was emotionally bullied. So at the end of the day, he goes to get a gun and he comes to kill so many people. So for me, I don't think the problem is the fact that he was bullied. Bullying is bad and everything. But if we leave it at that, then we are only holding the schools responsible, you know, for what the children go through. The role of the parent also comes to play when we talk about training these children and teaching them about how to deal with their emotions, how to deal with sensitive issues. Before the show started, I was telling you about my son, how I train my children sometimes by just saying no. When you say yes all the time to your children, when they go outside and they hear no, it becomes a big deal, and then they don't know how to deal with it. So for parents who are always saying yes, yes, yes to everything that the children want, that's a very big problem. Then tomorrow they go outside and their wives say no to them, and you wonder why they beat their wives. You understand? So I think that we should deal with these things at home. The way we grew up in Nigeria, I don't know if that's what's happening right now. You have an issue, your parents beat you, nobody listens to you. Nobody thinks you have anything to say. You've done wrong, and that's the end of everything. But if we learn how to engage our children in a way that even when you punish them, you call them back and still try to
tell them the why.
Listen first. So even before telling them why did you do what you did? They explain to you in their own way, in their own words. Then you explain to them what they did wrong, how they should have done it better, and why you had to beat them. So when you have
Take
this
them
talk,
through that
exactly,
process.
so they understand. They don't think that you're just beating them for nothing. They have emotions. My children quarrel amongst themselves. You come and help them settle their issues by teaching them how to, settle disputes. So something as little as that, settling disputes, can go a very long way, because we see now that people, in not knowing how to handle disputes, they go fighting, they go beating their wives and doing all sorts. So I think it's an important thing that we must do here. We must inculcate that in our training as parents. So
talking about, saying no to children. So for the longest of time, because I have somewhat fairly two different children in terms of their personality type. My oldest is the very emotional one. He reads and all of that. The other one, he can be emotional, but he's a lot more playful, so he can easily let go. Yeah. So the older one is probably just like me, that would sit down, introspect, why did this happen and all of that. So because I understood who I was dealing with, it was a unique approach to each of the children. I didn't say a one-size-fits-all. And that's why I tell people, do not have too many children. Because you see the truth, yes. When I see people having 5 children, 6 children, I'm wondering, how do you want to pay attention? Do you know raising one human being?
It is hard enough.
It's a lot of work. Because you see, if we understood the assignment when it came to parenting, or as it relates to parenting, we will not be very trivial about it. Because you have a lot of broken homes, a lot of broken people, a lot of dysfunctional adults, because there was just too many. So nobody paid attention to the unique need of those people when they were children, right? Yeah. So we are having a lot of dysfunctionality in the society today. People are killing people. Because for the life of me, I've never understood why I am angry with you and I think the next thing to do is to pick up a knife and go and stab you. I've never fought in my life. Do you understand? I think I want to believe that my parents did a good job. You understand? Because at least even we didn't have so much, but my father could sit down, have conversations with us, and all of that. My mother would shout and do all those things, but she would still come back and say, but I love you now, and all of that. But you see, now that we are a lot more aware, we have to be, why are we not doing, because again, what is even most painful, Manny, is that the age where we're in, technology has made life easy. Our parents did the best they could with what they knew. They had little information. Now, it's a global village. There's a lot you can learn about even the psychology of a human being. So you know how to treat a human being. So why are we getting it's even now that it's even getting a lot more worse. Is it that people are not even concerned about what the future would look like? Because for me, when I sit down and I see the crop of people coming up, I'm wondering, like, God, who are raising these people? You hear so many things about battery, about different things. People are just doing anything that they like, You are wondering, please, who raised these people? So I'm just wondering, how do we start? Because emotional balance is, emotions are not something that are tangible. If I come now and I give you a dirty slap, you can feel the pain, Manny, and it's gone, right? But if I come and I plant a seed of bitterness or something that speaks to your inner person, your inner subconscious, then that thing can live with you for the rest of your life.
You're right.
So emotional pain has never been and will never be able to, you can never quantify what emotional damage means to any human being. So that's why we must understand that delicate nature of the emotion and find a way to start raising a lot more balanced children.
Yeah, I think parents are also very guilty when we come to this emotional balance by comparing their children and criticizing them too much, criticizing them. So you see, growing up, there's something, I know my mom is watching now, there's something my mom used to say. I had this cousin. My cousin was very intelligent. So my mom will compare me to this one. We're in the same age bracket. I think he's older than me with about a year. My mom will call his name and say, he's gifted. He's a smart child. He's very intelligent. You know, I would never look at me at my age. I still remember very clearly. In fact, I can see my mom's face saying it. You know, so we are so guilty of these things. We do this to our children. We compare them to everybody around them. Then they start feeling like they're not good enough. So when you have children who are feeling like, I'm not good enough, I'm never good enough, then exactly, then how are they going to deal with all these emotions inside them? Sometimes they become very bitter. And you know, bitterness is like a poison. It goes inside and it poisons them. The guy that killed these children like 3 days ago, it was the bitterness inside of him that came out. It was poison. So we have to be very careful with comparisons and criticism. We have to be very, very careful. They are very dangerous tools in the hands of parents. So that is one way we can start to balance our children's emotions, because guess what? They're children. They don't know what to do with all the hurt. They don't know what to do with all the pain. Then these people grow up and you start telling them, why did you hit the other person? They didn't know what to do with it when they were younger. How are they going to know what to do now that they are older? You know, so everything is still inside them. Abroad, they always go to their therapists. We're Africans, and for the longest of time, we thought we didn't need therapists.
Until recent times.
Until recent times.
You know, when you talked about the outlet for children, why it is a lot more dangerous now? You know, we didn't have video games. What do you call them? Street Fighter and the ones that they are shooting, Fortune, whatever. You know, because most of the games, go and look at most of the games that the PlayStations are bringing out. A lot of them are violence-based.
Thank you.
They're shooting, you know, and all of that. So even though we had the bitterness, there was nowhere. You just go to the toilet and go and put it out.
Or you go outside and run around with your neighbors.
Yes, and it will go, right? So now, they are there, and the child is looking,
growing every
and the child is playing this video game, and he's seeing how he's shooting all the people that are like supposed threats,
enemies
to him. You understand? And he goes, okay, I think I can do this thing in reality.
Yeah. And then he goes to the store
and gets a gun. You know, so I am just thinking that because, you know, there were some things our parents got away with. We do not have that luxury to get away with it. You understand? Everything about parenting must be deliberate. You cannot say with your mouth, go and do this as a parent, and you are not doing it and expect the child to do it. It's impossible. You must lead by example. If you want a child that is disciplined, if you want a child that is, you know, upright, that is straightforward and all of that, you must be that example that the child is seeing. If not, you are just wait. It's just a matter of time. You know, the child will just wait it out until the child has the capacity, you know, to fully express. I'm talking about expression. Remember the Chrisland story, because this thing is broad. You know, it's broad. You know, when that Chrisland story of that girl broke, it just reminded me of a girl, because whilst I was actively involved with NGO work, volunteering, I used to volunteer a lot to different NGOs, you know. So there was a particular NGO I really loved volunteering with, because they go to schools to talk to girls. As we talk to them about sexual abuse, their sexuality. We talk to them, we train them on the power of choice, how to say no, the power of the vision, how to, you know, set goals for yourself and achieve them, personal hygiene, and all the works we teach them. You know, in the course of that encounter, there was a girl that we met. That girl had gotten to that point of emotional instability that all she thought she could use to express how pained she was to just sleep with anything she sees. So she sleeps driver, she's anybody, as long as you are available. And guess how old this girl was? She was only 12 years old. And she was heavily sexually active. So when I saw that video of the Chrisland girl, right, it just brought back memories. So because sometimes you would say, this child is too stubborn, you are a rebellion. The child is only trying so hard to express an emotion that they cannot put words to, right? So the child now goes back and the child is thinking, how do I get the attention? Because that girl was only seeking the attention of the parents. They were always busy. Next thing, oh, you need something, they'll give you money, they'll do this. But they were not physically present for her as a child. You know, they were just, she could get anything. She had a driver to herself, she had all the things. But they were not available to her. So that girl, all she could find as a way to express that, what's it called, was to just sleep with anything that would just get her mind off of it. And these are the things that you see that eventually evolves into adulthood, where you see the child cannot express.
Yeah.
So for me, if we're looking at how we can start to strike that balance and raise a lot more emotionally balanced human beings, right? Communication.
Yeah.
So with my children, even when they are emotional, they are crying, there's tears coming out of the eye, I will wait, let the tears go. I'll say, okay, hey, put words to what you were trying to say.
I say that to my children.
Because you must learn how to express.
Yeah.
This is how I feel. This is how it made me feel. So even when certain things I do wrong, even as a parent, I say to them, I said, do you know why this happened? I try to explain to them, well, this has happened, and this is why it happened. How does it make you feel? Even my own actions as a parent, right? I try to find out from them, how does it make them feel? So I understand where they are emotionally. I might not be perfect, but you see, raising children is a journey, right? You will keep on fine-tuning and fine-tuning and fine-tuning until you get to that point where, the child...
Everything starts working.
Yes.
And even if you've made the mistake of, trying to dumb them down by not allowing them express their emotions, you can correct it. Because nowadays we have all this information available to us. There are too many talk shows right now talking about things like this, teaching us how to parent better. So growing up, some of us were beaten, I hear some people say, I don't beat my children nowadays. I don't know about them, but we were beaten. So you now find out that you now have your own children. You make the mistake of trying to beat them as well. But midway, you realize that this is not working because the child gets even tougher. Then you just learn the right way. So I think that for people that have missed it somehow, there's still a way that you can get back on track. Yeah, just learn, teach, like you said, teach the children how to communicate. They have to learn how to communicate. And when they're trying to bring it out, don't dumb them down. Let them say it the way they're feeling it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This beating that you're talking about, you see, beating had a way of resetting the brains of some of us when we were growing up. So I remember there was a time when my older sister was made to do something that was wrong, and she stole. Let me just put it in plain English. The beating that I saw my mother beat her, it corrected my brain. I didn't wait because the interesting thing was that it was not only her that stole. It was both of us that stole, but she was the scapegoat that my mother used, and my mother gave her the spanking of her life. That after that day, everything there was auto brain reset. But you see the thing again, like I said, those things could work, because then we didn't have options. Was there television? There was nothing.
I don't think they will work in this time.
You get that kind of this thing. Then you now go on social media, you see a child calling 911 on their parents. You say, okay, do you understand?
I know my rights.
I know my rights. So you didn't understand. So that's why I really, really feel sad for us as parents in this age of technology. But you see, it can be to your favor, right? It can be to your favor. And because for me, what I do, I look for teachable moments, where I look forward to things happening, then I now capitalize on that, and use it like the quote was talking about. You look for that moment and use it to set something in the mind of that child. But let's take a break. When we come back from the break, we will take your comments, then we'll continue the conversation. Hopefully, Uti would have joined us. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us, sir. If you just tuned in, we're discussing raising emotionally balanced children in today's world, especially because it's Children's Day. So let's find something interesting to discuss around the children. And please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. So, I mean, a few things that I would like to just discuss when we're talking about this thing is the attitude towards failure. Or what defining what failure means. So I remember that, you know, at some point, you know, my son is always like, oh, this high flyer, blah, blah, blah. So at some point in his school, you know, he came second. And so for me, because I was so used to him coming first, I was so grateful to God that he came second. You know why? I watched his demeanor. I studied him because you know how what you said about always saying yes, 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 and eventually you now say no to the child is going like he doesn't understand. So for me, what I was very grateful for was that when he came that second, the way he took it, and I says, oh, mommy, he was a good sport. And I said, oh, don't worry, next time I'll just come back to where I was before. I just allowed him and all of that, blah, blah, blah. He's my friend, so I'm happy for him. You know, he took it in good faith. I was saying, because this is someone that I know that is extremely emotional. He will cry, he will do all of those things. But when that thing happened, so I took that time out to teach him a lot of things. I told him, I said, Alpha, you see how conversations around dropping the ball, you can be a fantastic person. You can be doing good 364 days in the year. And you can decide to say you want to just look away at the 365th day. You do something and it will end you in jail. So for me, every opportunity is an opportunity to just teach. I take those moments and I say, you know what? This. But I'm happy that you're taking it in good faith. So what are you supposed to do after this? Go back, go and look at. So I teach them how to backtrack. Where did I miss it? What was I doing? How did I lose track of what it is, what it was I was doing, and all of those things? Then you now set a goal for yourself, set a clear vision for yourself. Okay, this is my target, this is my goal. How do I get there? Right? So for me, for every opportunity that those things present themselves, I do not miss it as a parent. I would always sit them down and explain. Some things happened, of course, when they became a teenager, you know, this love wanting thing, you're beginning to catch feelings in school and all of that. Some things then happened and, you know, he faced disciplinary and all of that. I sat him down and I told him, I said, see, in some climes, because he was not upset that, mommy, in our school, if you put your hand over the girl's shoulder, that, you know, they've said all those things should stop, you should not try it again. I said, Alpha, you should be grateful to God that they are telling you now at a young age. I told him, I said, the way the world is going, in some climes, when you do that, it will be considered sexual harassment. So people have gone to jail and they spent years in jail for those acts because the girl can just accuse you and say you harassed her. And because, do you understand? So you should be grateful to God that these things are happening and you are learning by the process. So imagine if at every point in time, you study the emotion of the child, you nip it, you bring, because it is conversations that helps shape the thinking and the minds of the children. Words are very powerful, right? Words are the ones that form emotions. And that's why people would always come out to say, do words of affirmation, always tell yourself, or look in the mirror and say you're beautiful. All those things are speaking to your person, to your emotion, creating a balance for you on the inside. So that when you go out and you probably hear negative words, you know, it is very easy for you to counter them, right? So when I see those opportunities, I never miss it, you know, because now more than ever before, it is very paramount that, you know, children are raised differently because these children are exposed to too many things that is too early for their age to be exposed to, you know?
I think in recent time, there's been a drastic rise in cases of anxiety and depression.
Absolutely.
Yes, and this we see from survey that is being caused by, you know, peer pressure. Then we have the social media influence. I want us to quickly look at this social media influence. We're talking about children. What do you think about access to social media? What age do you think is the right age for the children to, you know, to be thrown into this world?
That's a tough question because I really don't understand how. So for me, I think it's two things. So because there's a balance, we must strike a balance. If you have a talented child, a really gifted child. So for instance, maybe the child is musically inclined or maybe drama or dance or something, right? We know that right now the platform to showcase that child would be through social media because it is easy for the child to quickly go viral. Once see all the Markangel, all the comedians, all the young, this Kirikuru, how do they pronounce his name? I can't pronounce his name. Kiriku or whatever. Most of these people are all on social media because, and again, they're making a lot of money from the influencer work and promoting and marketing and all that because somebody said, I can see a talent in this and I'm putting them all out. But I would say, right, the child can be on social media and not be on social media. In the sense that, if the child is dancing, talented, you can do the video. Upload it. The child doesn't have to be the one to see the page, how many views, all the comments and all of that. You can actually do that. Because if you feel strong enough that the child is actually gifted, there's no harm in trying to promote that child's gift and talent, right? Yes. The biggest child of all that was put out there in the world till tomorrow, till he died, he never recovered from that exposure. Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
He never, now that even brings it home well to understand what emotional instability can do to the life of any. So no matter how old they become, they can be in their 80s, but you just see a 2-year-old in an 80-year-old man's body. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That was what would have happened to someone like a Michael Jackson.
And that's what's happening to many of these children now. You see, what COVID did to us was that everybody had to stay home. We were at home, and the children had to go to school, even when there was this lockdown. So they were introduced to the world of phones,
online,
gadgets,
yes,
social media, So it now became very tough to take these things, away from them when school resumed physically. So for me, I think it's been a very tough one. Even if I watch my children, I'm a very present parent. That's what I always say. I'm always there. I know everything that is going on. But I think that the social media is too dangerous a place, to leave children who are not properly armed yet to dance in that world or delve into that world. So if you would ask me, I would say a child has to be 16 before they even have phones or what?
No, but if the child is talented, Manny, are you trying to say that you cannot put the child there and you be the handler of that page?
Yes, I think you can do that. There's a time and a place for everything. So the talents, yes, no problem. Promote the talent, but they can spend more time practicing, you understand, instead of trying to showcase too quickly. Remember, when you showcase too quickly, that's when they start having this emotional stability. Let me tell you something. What so many people are suffering right now, so many adults, I'm not talking about children or young adults, I'm talking about full-grown adults like you and I, is this issue of like. How many people like my page? How many validation. So this happening within adults or amongst adults. How much more the children? You're talking about having talents and putting it online. The children want to know how many people are also watching them. Mommy, please, can I see how many likes?
How many views?
I think that they're too young to be put, on the front line. They are too young to hold the shield. There's this frontal lobe that they have. In children, it's not fully developed till they're actually 25. Yes, till they're 25. That's why they need their parents. So arming them with social media, I think, is very dangerous, and is one of the problems that they're having right now. It's the most, what would I say, is the cause of this anxiety and depression amongst young children. Because they are looking into other people's houses. They are looking into other people's lives. They see that they are living better than themselves. They are depressed. They are angry. They are jealous. They are envious. So I don't know. I just think that this whole new social media world is one of the
this thing you said, Manny, I'm just looking at it that, so parents that a newborn you just, as if they come off for belay, don't they do selfie, they post the pictures. You know, do you understand?
Yeah.
So already, you've opened
already thrown the child
out there
in the battlefield. I think it's crazy. Some parents
but
are
you see,
crazy
But you see,
as well.
okay, but why are we all seeking validation? Is it not coming from the dysfunctionality that we're talking about?
It is. It's a ripple effect.
Do you understand?
Everything is just where rigmaroling.
But how are we going to solve this problem? Because we need to find solution. Because again, why I'm saying this is that already we have a lot of dysfunctional adults. A lot of us, we are just, you know, time bomb walking. We are already dysfunctional. And there is no way, if you are not emotionally balanced, you'll be able to raise an emotionally balanced child.
Yeah.
So how do we start to find a balance? How do we find a solution to this problem?
I think some things we would have to take back to the basics. Some things, not everything, because even our parents didn't get everything right. So we take some things back to the basics.
Yeah.
Then some things we'll learn with the access to information that we have nowadays. We know what is right, we know what is wrong. We can learn from a lot of all these motivational speakers, conferences, seminars that they have about raising children and good parenting. We learn and then we start to put them to practice. And then we ourselves must be the teachers. You know, so when you wait and think that the teachers in school are supposed to help you raise your child, that's another problem waiting to happen. So you as a parent, you must be present. And in this age where we have a lot of single parents, that's another cause of the problems that we're seeing in our society. Because the father has his role to play, the mother has her role to play. So now you see one parent trying to play
both roles.
And it can become a problem when things become too much to handle.
No, but Manny, you are touching a soft point there, because now, when you say single parents, I'm wondering if the relationship is not working, right, and there are kids involved, do you then stay in that marriage? I mean, today I heard the most horrific story ever of someone that I held there. How, you know, she was going through a lot of battery in her home. You know, I am almost like 100% sure that it is the death of Osinachi that would have probably made her to take the decision of, what's it called, walking away from that toxic relationship, the toxic marriage, right? These are things that are reality. And this is a dysfunctionality because it has already eaten really deep. So do you then say that, oh, because you want to raise a balanced child, the child will still see it? Because whether you like it or not, we are being programmed. And our programming is not really based on, it is all the happenings around. Everything shapes who we eventually become, right? So it has to be a very deliberate thing to say, you know what, I have to do better. You know, even as a parent, as a spouse or whatever, I have to do better. My family has to, you know, be liberated from this circle, because it's almost like a circle, right? Yes, once this happened, it will repeat itself. And that's why you hear some people say, my father beat my mother, she didn't die, you know, and all of that. Those are the things you hear. Or my mother did this, my father didn't die. You know, those kind of things, these are the things you hear. And now it has eaten really deep. So if you don't say single parents, you know, you really can't blame them. Again, some of them have seen that there is no future in this conversation with this man or with this woman. So I'd rather be single and just take care of my children, right? So how do we solve the problem?
So see, this is how I see it, Uwa. A couple get to a point where they think that they need to go their separate ways, no problem, for different reasons. But at the end of the day, it still boils down to their behavioral patterns, which also makes them victims of their upbringing. So if you see, we're going around in circles. These different parents, they are lacking something, you understand, that is making them act in a way that would not allow the marriage to continue. So that's why I say right now, we just need to, you know, get inside and train these children very well. If not, what we are seeing right now that looks like an epidemic is going to continue for generations. So we have to just take it right now and nip it in the bud, because it's getting worse. Most of the time, the people, the parents in the marriage are also victims. You understand? So we see them as victims. But what do we do to solve this problem is to start
even
to
they
train,
can't even give what they don't have.
Start to train the boy child as well as the girl child, not just the girl child. You know, so I think that we have a lot of work to do here with these children. Otherwise, we just keep recycling our problems.
Absolutely. So let's take some comments, Manny. You have some. Good evening, ladies. Thank you, Uwa and Manny. I have learned so much from the show. one thing that I must start doing now is looking for teachable moments. Oh, nice. Yuri from Gombe. Thank you so much, Yuri.
I don't think I have internet to access
okay.
mine. Can I read
Oh,
it?
really? Okay, so let me read yours. Hi, guys. Two-way communication will really be helpful in living this life, whether in childhood or adulthood. That's from Chisom. Then, good evening, my dear but beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? Ways, as Daniel Ilo, you already know. Raising emotionally balanced children in today's world is very important and should not be taken for granted. Parenting is also vital in raising emotionally balanced children. What children do at a tender age will shock you and you will marvel. Now, the earlier our children are brought up well, the better for us and the society. Secondly, the teacher that flogged the child for not doing the homework, which led to the child vomiting and eventually death, for crying out loud, who does that? My own take and verdict is that the teacher should have a taste of his own medicine or dealt with squarely. The teacher must not go scot-free. For God's sake, this is highly unacceptable. My dear beautiful sister Manny Money, nice to have you back, still looking beautiful. My name is Daniel Ilo. Thank you so much, Daniel Ilo.
Thank you, Daniel.
Oh, wow. You know, these kind of conversations are very sober, but it's something that you must pay attention to. I've said that, I've said it several times, that the headache that I do not have today with my children is because of the whatever it is that I instilled while they were young, right? I'm not perfect, you know, their father is not perfect, but we're trying so hard as, you know, a family to make sure that we're able to, the things that they're not able to achieve, we're instilling in them, right? We're putting in the right values. But you see, there's so little that can do. Just imagine, picture for instance, that we all say as adults, can we make some sacrifices, make some compromises, and get to that point where we say, even though I really want to do this thing, but because of the impact it's going to have on the generation that is coming ahead of me,
you hold back.
I would keep it. Do you know how much better the world will be?
Yeah,
just picture that we are able to say, let's set aside all the cravings, all the things that we want to do, we want to go crazy, we want to do mad things and all of that, and we just say, you know what, let's keep it aside. We don't want to, let's take out corruption, let's take out all of these things, right? And let's start to live a life of integrity. Let's show these children a better example for the society and all of that. What do you think would happen in the next 10, 15 years? The kinds of people that we're going to turn out as and have as citizens.
I think it's possible only if you make, you know, a decision, an intentional decision to continue doing this, and also to continue learning new ways to be, you know, like a well-rounded parent. And then to unlearn the things that you have learned, you know, while growing up from our parents who also didn't know everything. You know, we must have that ability to unlearn, relearn, you understand? Then we can give our children the best. And prepare them for the future, because I don't know how their future will be if things are the way they are right now.
Many years ago, I think in 2017, I did a training on neuro-linguistics programming, or was it 2015, right? You see that word unlearn. That's the biggest thing you can ever do to yourself. You know, sometimes you feel like, yes, your life is cast in stone. This is what I know. I know it. I know it. But when you begin to unlearn certain habits, you begin to unlearn certain beliefs that you have about people, just unlearn for a minute. Then go and learn, then relearn. You know, those words are very powerful, because guess what? It gives you room to have an expanded mind beyond your immediate, this is what I know. So when you go into the class, the first thing they will tell you, my coach will tell you, say, anything you think you know, you have an MBA, you have a master's, you have a PhD, he will tell you that cap that you are wearing on your head, can you please remove it and drop it on the ground? He says after the training, if you decide to pick it up and wear it, it's fine. But while you are in class, you have to take off that hat of, I know it all. Do you understand? And guess what? It delivered a lot of people. You know, this one is not church deliverance. A lot of people got delivered from subconscious, what's it called, programs that have been programmed for years. And it did a lot of work, changing and resetting the minds of people.
Oh, even the Bible says that through knowledge shall the just be delivered. So there you have it.
Absolutely. So let's take some comments. On YouTube, it says, you are preaching today. It's serious matter. When you want to see our preaching side, just touch our children. Keep it up. I could hear you all day, Uwa, because you are making so much sense. You have given us hope in today's world. Welcome to the metaverse. I think it is good to train the kids to know how to live without technology so they can have enough sense, right, to see the fake life online. That's true. ASD, I don't know what your real name is on YouTube. And I think we have a final comment. Ladies, remember that the parents of the dead wife is always the loser. Walk away from toxic marriages. And that's true. That's true. That's so true. Because, the person that is dead, it is the parents that would bear the brunt, they will suffer it and all of that. So it's important. But thank you so much, Manny. I think we've had a fantastic conversation. If you had one thing to say to any parent out there, as regards raising an emotionally balanced child, what would you say?
Be present.
That's true.
Be present. Know exactly what they are doing. Don't leave them to, be present. Don't leave them to their teachers. Don't leave them to their nannies. Don't leave them to aunties and uncles. Be there. Yeah.
And that's the truth. Because, again, you are in the house with them, but you're not there.
Yeah, so many parents are like that. They are working morning till night every day. Weekends, they are not around.
Even the ones that I'm saying that the ones that are with you in the house.
Are on their phones. They are in other people's houses. Looking into other people's
lives. Or you're on TV and all of that. We just need to find that moment. Because I remember we used to dance together. My papa is a dancer. You see, this is my dancing that I have. My dad would dance together. We had fun memories, right? Very interesting. So I think we've had a fantastic conversation. Please, if you do not understand the impact of what an emotionally unbalanced child will become in the future, then it means you do not understand the gravity of what we're dealing with. So please, let's try as much as possible, have everyone around us, start to be conscious about raising children that are balanced emotionally. Thank you so much, Manny.
Thank you.
All right, so before we go, thank you to everyone that sent in their messages and comments. God bless you. Before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. If you can control your behavior when everything around you is out of control, you can model for your children a valuable lesson in patience and understanding, and snap an opportunity to shape up character. This is so powerful. We'll see you guys live on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to One on One. Our guest today is Dr. Chito Uwana. She's a consultant gynecologist and the medical director and CEO of Tabitha Medical Center in Abuja. She's a fellow of an American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology and is duly registered by the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council. Thank you, Dr. Chito, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's get straight to it. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about cervical cancer. What causes cervical cancer?
Well, first of all, I will say that cervical cancer is the most preventable cancer, and yet almost the number 2 cancer among women in Nigeria. Cervical cancer is caused by a virus that we call human papilloma virus, which is gotten through intercourse, when you're sexually active, you can get the HPV virus. So the HPV virus is the cause of cervical cancer, which is like one of the most popular sexually transmitted infections you can get, is being infected with the human papilloma virus. And that, when persists, when it's not treated, or it can lead over a long period of time to cervical cancer. That's what makes this so preventable. If you screen, if someone screens fast enough, they don't tend to get there.
Okay, so when you say it's preventable, how do we prevent it? What do we, for such a deadly disease that takes a lot of women every year, what do we need to do? What do women need to do to prevent themselves from getting cervical cancer?
Well, number one, we need to screen, do pap smear screening as recommended, which now is every 3 years. We need to make sure we do that and do it regularly. Many women in Nigeria do not do pap smear. Even people that are educated out there, if you ask them, have you done a pap smear? Most times you hear the answer, no, I've never done a pap smear. And so people need to understand that by doing a pap smear, which is a pelvic, through a pelvic exam, when you go to the doctor, we're able to look at those results. And if there's any abnormal cells, we're able to follow it and treat it so it doesn't even get to the extent of being cancer. But if we've never done that test, that means you never know when you're getting with HPV, then you can easily get cancer over a course of 3 to 7 years if you're infected with the type of the virus that causes cancer. HPV comes in different types. You have the types that cause non-malignant, like genital warts, so that's not cancerous. And then you have the types that cause and could lead to cancer. Most times we get infected with HPV, our bodies will clear it out, especially when you're younger, will clear it out so the infection goes away by itself. But for about 20% of the women, it will persist. And if not managed appropriately, could lead to something more significant. So one way of doing it is going for your regular checks with your doctor at least every year, very important, and to do a pap smear screening every 3 years for every woman above the age of 21. Second of all is the HPV vaccines. Okay, we now have vaccines that help prevent you from getting infected from the viruses that can cause cancer, and even the ones that cause genital warts. So being important is being able to get vaccinated. But I must be realistic, and I must say that being able to do this screening in Nigeria is not just because of people not going, but the affordability and the availability of these screening options, even the vaccine. Right now, we know we're going through a very tough time. Who has 10,000 or more naira just to be able to do a pap smear, or who has that amount of money to be able to get the test? So to get the vaccine, sorry. So it's very important when we say that these are what I believe is, really the only ways we can prevent it, but we must move further and trying to incorporate these screening tests in part of our primary healthcare framework so that all women, have access to this life-saving screening for cervical cancer.
All right, thank you. So now that you've talked about the vaccine, there has been some concerns. Many people say it is not very effective beyond a certain age. So, and I mean this, oftentimes when we talk about the vaccine for cervical cancer, or we try and encourage people say, once you're above the age of 45, the vaccine is not very effective. Is this true?
Well, you see, the age range of the vaccine, which usually when we started off with the vaccine was age 9 to age 26, with us trying to encourage parents to give it to their girls and boys by the age 11 or 12. Because the thought process there is that it's more effective if you can give it before the person is sexually active, because then maybe most likely they're not exposed already to any of these viruses. But recent studies have shown us that there's still some benefit, because you could be infected with one and never have been infected with the others. So there's some benefit with the newer vaccines for women that are up to the age of 45. We haven't yet seen anything proven to be that the HPV vaccine is beneficial after 45. The age extending to 45 is not long ago. So The study kind of ended at age 45, and then the FDA in the US approved that it could be used up to the age of 45. So, but the benefits really comes through, it's not like it's not beneficial, but the benefits decrease over time with age for the HPV vaccine.
Okay.
You know, but for those getting it before being exposed, it's 99% effective against those viruses that is included in the vaccine. So it is extremely effective for those age groups, but it gets less beneficial as you grow up.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, you know, you had mentioned earlier about screening being accessible, because another challenge is being able to screen more women so that they can find out. How do we go about this beyond, you know, the government? Because I know in Nigeria, every time we say, oh, the government needs to do this, and truly they are responsible for that. But how do we begin to go? So, like in Abuja, for example, how do we get women in Kubwa, Gwagalada, all those outskirts screened beyond just they coming to the main hospitals in town?
You know, first of all, I don't even think there's a program that I know of, and maybe there's one that I don't know of, but I know of that actually offers a consistent screening of pap smear screening to women. A lot of nonprofit organizations do go into these places to offer those services, but it's not consistent, you know. And the truth of the matter, the only way this could work is really from the government angle of subsidizing the costs of doing these tests, and also the vaccines for the younger children. So for those that fall, you know, the children, the younger people that could take the vaccine. So I think that honestly, it's really going to be a government-led program with support from nonprofit organizations to be able to reach people in the rural areas. Because I really don't think if someone's looking for 2,000 naira, 1,000 naira to feed themselves and to survive, they will be convinced to spend anything more than that for something they feel they don't have any symptoms of, or they're not, you know. So we continue to educate them in this area, but it's kind of hard because you know that it's not only to educate them about all these screening, but it's also about finding ways in which we can establish programs that allow them to assess this. Preventing a disease is much more cheaper than treating a cancer. So I think that's something that I guess the government has to lead on that one, to be able to provide such programs.
Okay. So let's talk about treatment. A woman has been screened and discovered to have cervical cancer. How is she treated? What's the treatment like?
Well, the way we do that, when we look at the pap smear and we see that the pap smear is abnormal, we will normally, most times when it's available, we'll type for what kind of HPV virus you have. Now, based on the type of HPV and based on the result of the pap smear, we have what we call algorithms. So we have different paths to follow depending on what we get in the results. So if it's something that's mild changes, we're able to come back on to see if the body takes care of it itself. Now, if you come back or you have a more severe change, then we have ways of taking away those abnormal cells from your cervix. Use, and sometimes you simplify it, kind of burn away the cells that are abnormal from your cervix. And that may sound harsh, but we actually heal up very, very well. So we try our best to remove those abnormal cells if they persist. So that's how we actually remove them. So, but most times, 80% of the time, when we clear up cells in the body, we'll just be following the patient to make sure they do so. If they don't, we then clear it out for them.
All right. Okay, so we'll take a short break. Right after the break, we'll continue this conversation. Please stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Thank you for staying with us on One. We still have Dr. Chito with us. Okay, Dr. Chito, now let's talk about doctors in Nigeria. Let's talk about gynecologists. You know, it's a specialty that has to do with women. How are we encouraging more women to study gynecology? How are we getting more female doctors into the health sector in Nigeria?
I think, from the beginning is to encourage more women to go into medical school. And I think that that's something in Nigeria is seeing an increase of. I think actually more women have enrolled in medical school than I remember many years ago back then. Now, when it comes to specializing, I specialize obviously in a different environment where we're mostly women in gynae actually. So in where I specialize, there are more women than men in my field. Coming back here, I noticed that more men than women. I think is when people see women being able to do this and do other things at the same time, because it is time consuming. It is time consuming. Residency is very tasking. So sometimes you find out that you're juggling a lot. It's hard to cope. But when people see that you can actually do this, I always believe that women are ultimately powerful in many ways. And I think being able to do this and people see you can do it and see more women in the field, you will definitely attract more women into the field of gynecology. There is a very strong place for women in gynecology, being that we are not only gifted with the specializing in residency, we're also gifted with being able to empathize with the women we treat. So I think that's a major advantage that women will see a lot of benefits in becoming a gynecologist.
Okay. My next question is about strengthening the Nigerian health sector. Because a lot of doctors are leaving the country, a lot of doctors are exiting the country, what do we need to do to keep doctors here and strengthen our health sector?
Well, if you look at that, we call that the brain drain. And one of the things we mentioned before is that the brain drain is significant for doctors because we don't even have enough doctors to treat the population that we have. And when I think about brain drain, I first of all go why? Why do you think the brain drain exists? What are the answers to that question when you talk to younger doctors? I, owning a hospital, have the privilege of talking to a lot of young doctors that pass through me or that I interview. And there's a common thread here. Even research has shown that most people leave here, yes, one, economic reasons, right? And they feel they need to be remunerated more, which is their right. But mainly because they do not feel they can fulfill their dream, that the process is too complex or corrupt for them to be able to think they can achieve their dream. So if someone wakes up and says, I want to be a cardiologist or I want to be a gynecologist, and yet they cannot see a clear path, if no matter how good they are, to that end goal, they would most likely go seek out their dream elsewhere when given the opportunity. Sure. I feel that we need to pay mind to the fact that being a doctor outside is a huge sacrifice. You tend to forego a lot of family things or functions. You're never there where everybody is. It takes time. It takes toll on you. You're up in the middle of the night. It's a huge sacrifice. And when you're not appreciated for that, or you're not given the right environment, infrastructure, equipment to be able to practice effectively with, is very, very discouraging. So it is not surprising that people want to go where they feel they'll be trained better, or they'll be able to have experiences where they have the available infrastructure, where they're appreciated better, where they're remunerated better. It's just naturally that goes, that's something that will happen. So I think we need to look at that process. We need to look at the reasons people are going. How do we start from medical school? How do we make sure that medical school is not overpopulated, that these people in medical school can be properly trained and not go through medical school, and because there's so many, some didn't even get to see what they should have seen or learn what they should have learned in medical school. How do we make sure that the process for those that want to specialize is fair and is on merit and it's not who you know? who, they can realize that there are enough spaces, engage private tertiary hospitals into the system of training. We expand our training programs and get more people knowing that they have the opportunity in Nigeria to become specialists. What do we do to remunerate them better? To look at their welfare, to understand that for them to work, they should be able to pay for their rent, they should be able to pay for their food, they should take care of their family enough so that when they come to the hospital, they can focus and they can concentrate and reduce any kind of temptation for malpractice or shortcuts because they're overworked, they're exhausted, they're broke, they're depressed. So we need to look into that. We need to really look at the system and how that system operates and give them the chance and the environment to actually succeed in what they're going to do. So I think that's something that's very, very key to the brain drain. Because that's something that you will experience elsewhere that you don't experience in Nigeria. So I'm beginning to appreciate that and understand that, especially when I'm talking and comparing what I went through my residency and what people here go through just to get into residency. So it's very significant.
All right. We'll take a short break. Right after this break, we'll continue the conversation.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Dr. Chito with me. Dr. Chito, so my next question to you is about policies. What kind of policies do we need to put in place to strengthen the health sector? What kind of policies should we begin to promote, and even laws that we can put in place to help the Nigerian health sector?
Okay, when it comes to policy and frameworks, I think there's a lot of policies out there that are already put in place that just not implemented. I think one of the biggest problems we have is we do form, I think, reasonable policies, but we find it difficult to implement. One may think what I'm about to say now may be a bit biased, being that I come from the private sector, but I really think one of the major reasons why we're not able to implement certain policies that could advance the health sector is because the government doesn't properly engage the private sector. It's almost as if you have the public and then you have the private. And then we're all not under one body. But, I always tell people that the health sector in Nigeria is divided into private and public, and therefore the government should be concerned about both sectors equally, pretty much. And so I think it's important that for you to be able to advance the health sector, we can only do it when we're able to advance both sectors together. And so there should be a proper form, a policy or a framework that's set up as a template to merge the private health sector and the public health sector. And I think that's one of the ways we can even get to affordable healthcare, quality healthcare, by doing that. So I think that's one of our big weaknesses. I think that I always say that a lot of times that it will take a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of major, major issues right now in the health sector that, is complex. Anytime I think of the health sector, I get a headache. Because there are different levels to it. It's really, really complex. I don't know if we need a restructuring or we need a pull down and do it again, a do-over. But I think I feel there's hope. And, there have been really good leaders in place. And I think it's a lot of time that it's not only, you don't need more than good leaders. You need good leaders on every level. You need a good team on every level. And we all need to have a common goal of improving our health sector. Again, the government has to believe that healthcare is a priority. We need to spend more and invest more in the healthcare. You cannot advance the healthcare sector without proper financing. Right now, a majority of Nigerians are paying for healthcare out of pocket. And that is one of that's a significant thing that will not allow us to progress. So it's very important that we curb that we build the National Health Insurance Scheme in the way that it should cover most Nigerians. And that should be our goal. And we should set it up, we should restructure it in a way that it achieves that goal. Right now, their coverage is very, very low, and that is going to affect achieving any kind of a universal health coverage or even achieving the SDG 3 goals of improving the health sector and reducing our indices. Or improving our indices, sorry. So I think that's important. I just say that when it comes to policies, we make a lot of them, but we don't really implement them, and we don't think them through in that these policies, they work for both sectors. Are they going to be able to be implemented for both sectors? And that's something that needs to be done. Again, I'm just keeping it short because if you want to talk about the healthcare sector, we can take hours in trying to figure out the different levels from education to, like we talked about, specialization. I'm not only talking about doctors, I'm talking about all healthcare workers, to remuneration, to welfare, to infrastructure of the hospital, implementing policy and protocols that ensure patients' safety, that we practice and make sure that patients are safe, keeping to international standards of practice, all that, and then coming to tax incentives, things that have built medical tourism in other parts of the world. We need to start thinking about that here because we have the experts that have come back from diaspora, and we have also strong experts that are trained in Nigeria that are still here in Nigeria that are just being limited by the challenges that we face from the governments when it comes to policies, multiple taxation, levies, and all these other things that do not benefit the health sector at all.
Okay, let's talk about quacks. Of course, like in every industry, we have quacks. What can be done to curb quacks in the medical sector?
So I think tight regulations, I think regulation is done on state levels. So each state will have their own unique challenges. I know here in FCT, we have a very strong regulatory body that tends to regulate how we practice. But it's almost going to be impossible with our population to catch every quack in every corner. When people define quacks, I define quacks like not just saying, oh, you're doing surgery or doing medicine and you're not a doctor. I also define it as anybody that goes into any practice or specialty that they're not trained to do. Because that puts a risk to the patient, right? So we just need, the main thing is tighter regulations, and I think starting from also the community, people understanding that they do have now access to information, that they should do their own due diligence. They should just not go anywhere to anybody without having their own background knowledge of what that person does and if that person is qualified to do what they do. While the regulation bodies have now, I heard, developed a lot of ways, we're doing directories and trying to create more information for the public. I know the Guild of Medical Directors said we set up a directory to see if we can include all private hospitals in the groups so that people know who is who, what they have, and have a kind of a place to go to make their their research on these hospitals. So I think that's something the government should do in whole. If you're not on the list, most likely that hospital will be quacked. So if the government decides to run a really extensive directory, they have one they have to do more work on. And they actually put the specialties, what is available in those hospitals. I think when people have that kind of reference base, the people themselves will chase the quacks away because nobody will go to them. If you're not on the list, we're not going to you. So they will chase them out of business regardless. So it's a two-way stream here. Government doing a stronger regulatory process and creating directories that could give more guidance to the community, and the community themselves doing due diligence and knowing that their lives matter and they should be careful where they go to.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us on One-on-One today, Dr. Chito, and for enlightening us about cervical cancer and the health industry in Nigeria. Okay, thank you for joining us on One-on-One today. That's all we can take for this week. Have a good day.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Good afternoon. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Gunmen in the early hours of today invaded the premises of Anambra Broadcasting Service, Awada, Onitsha Station. The gunmen believed to be part of those terrorizing the state for over a year burnt a building, company bus and another vehicle parked in the premises belonging to a staff who had worked overnight. No life was lost in the attack, but the gunmen brutalized the staff they met in the premises. Anambra Broadcasting Service has been giving support to the state government on its fight against rampaging gunmen. Moving on, the EFCC has arraigned Rochas Okorocha before a federal high court in Abuja. Okorocha was arraigned this morning on a 7-count charge of fraud to the tune of 2.9 billion naira. Moving on, the National Examination Council yesterday announced that it has extended the registration period of the 2022 Senior School Certificate Examination for school-based candidates to midnight of Monday, 20th June 2022. The agency made this known in a statement made available to reporters in the early hours of today. The registration period was initially scheduled to close today. After a long wait, the former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, emerged the People's Democratic Party presidential candidate for the 2023 election. He won with a total vote of 371 votes. His close rival, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike, polled 237, while his counterpart in Akwa Ibom, Udom Emmanuel, got 38 votes from delegates.
Today, we are making another history. A history which we believe will bring about fundamental changes in governance and also in our political processes.
It is a win to redirect Nigeria, to rebuild Nigeria. It is a win to rescue Nigeria. And it is a win to change the narrative of our country. And for we, the young people particularly, we believe in the man, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. We believe that this man is going to set Nigeria on course for greatness.
I'm very happy that he won this beautiful victory. It's a beautiful victory, and we are happy for it.
Moving on, leaders in the southern and central regions of the country under the auspices of the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum faulted the PDP for electing a northern presidential candidate in the 2023 general election. They described the outcome of the exercise as an affront to the people of the South and asked politicians in the region to reject any nomination for the office of the vice president. In a communique jointly signed yesterday by leaders of the groups that make up the forum, they specifically faulted the emergence of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the main opposition party's flag bearer. It was perhaps a ding-dong affair as the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerged as the presidential candidate of the PDP at the primary election held on Saturday. Early on the breakfast, the convener of Country First Movement, Professor Chris Owakobia, while condemning money politics, said Nigeria needed a leader who had the capacity to work night and day to put Nigeria back where it belongs on the world stage.
It was just about the highest bidder. And I think that the time has come for us to interrogate our political process. If we must bet the Nigeria that we want, if we must cause the resetting, the refixing, and the reworking of Nigeria, we must deepen on policy enunciation, on manifesto delivery, on competency, on capacity, on passion and commitment to the common good. It shouldn't be about delegates gathering somewhere and voting for the highest bidder. We must repudiate it. We must lampoon it. We must ask our parties to do right, right, and right. What we need to refix, reposition, and find our country is about competency, capacity, and youth. We want people who can think on their toes. We want people who can walk and walk hours on their feet. We want people who are in tandem with contemporary global reality. No matter how smart Atiku Abubakar is, Nigeria needs a man who can work night and day, who can sit with the best across the world to debate issues about economics, about job creation, about education, and about national security. So I lampoon with vehemence that decision of Alhaji Tambuwal. It was
Presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, has charged the presidential candidate of opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, to base his campaign on issues. Former Vice President Abubakar emerged as PDP's presidential candidate on Saturday. Tinubu gave the charge in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja to congratulate Abubakar on his victory at the PDP's primary election. He said Abubakar must be prepared to tell Nigerians how he planned to reverse his party's renation of Nigeria's prospects during its 16 years governance between 1999 and 2015. Nigeria's recorded 21 confirmed cases of the monkeypox disease in the last 5 months, with one death, according to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control. The NCDC further disclosed that in the month of May, only 6 new confirmed positive cases were reported from 4 states, with Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Lagos 1, and Rivers 1. Also, 20 suspected cases were reported from 11 states, with Lagos 5 figures, Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Rivers 2, Niger 2, FCT, Oyo 1, Kaduna 1, Delta 1, Edo 1, and Gombe 1. A 40-year-old man with renal comorbidity and on immune suppressive drugs died from the disease. In commemoration of Children's Day celebration, the recognition of the role played by children in each family and the need to celebrate and make them feel loved and important, Nigerians recounted some of their childhood memories and the need to help out of school children. That's on Street Views.
My childhood was full of fun. I'm the last born of my mom, and I'm always with her everywhere. So, I would like my children to go abroad for holidays. So I didn't have that privilege.
And the fun was always there. We'll go to the back of the school where we'll have no disturbance, me and my friends. we'll just be there and then we'll be throwing this rubber band. I guess you should be able to remember what that means. So it's always very fun.
We'll celebrate them, they'll give them gifts. I prefer to go to school.
Some are walking on the streets doing nothing. So we need assistance from the government. You can see my daughter, she's here today to help me, just to keep her company up today, not to roam about.
I didn't really grow up with my parents. I stayed with my stepmom. So though she was not too bad, but my own children, of course, by God's enablement, they will stay with me, they will grow up with me, and I will train them. You know, there's a difference when you train your own personal child that you give birth to. It's always different.
I really enjoy my kids simply because my father trained us very well. Whenever the children is approaching, they will buy us white socks, white tennis. That's at that material time. So we go to stadium or we go to school, we go to match, we do this, we do that. So it was really fun and very, very awesome. All I want for my children is best for them, academically sound. And I want to treat them in the way of the Lord. And I want them to become great, especially in this universe we are.
The children's play, I miss that a whole lot. If I try to picture it, going back to it, I'm like, some of my siblings and younger ones that look up to me like, uncle, why are you playing like this? And didn't you know you are old? I'm like, because I miss that.
I don't feel like celebrating Children's Day. Instead of me celebrating, I'm helping my mom to sell food stuff. And I think government should help them to provide parents shelters and take them to the motherless baby home, take them to schools, feed them and do everything they need.
Still on the fraud allegation case against Rochas Okorocha, the EFCC has arraigned Rochas before a federal high court in Abuja. It was arraigned this morning on a 17-count charge of fraud to the tune of 2.9 billion naira.
Since the charge was filed in January, whether they said deliberately or not, they didn't serve him. So they just waited until 24th, which was the screening day of APC, and stormed his house and seized him and took him into custody without court order of arrest warrant. And they've been keeping him. So we have applied for bail because he's entitled to bail. If he's served and he didn't appear, the court will issue a warrant for his arrest, but he was not served. And they did not even take advantage of provision of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, which says if you can't find the defendant, you file a motion for substance service, the court will give you leave, you go and put it at his house. They didn't do that. We don't want to suspect their motive for what they did, particularly choosing the day of the screening. So, but when we come tomorrow, I don't want to go deep into it because the issues are before the court now.
So will you file a civil suit against EFCC for the action?
That will be determined later. Okay. That will be determined.
And in other parts of Africa, investigations are ongoing in Burkina Faso's Peko zinc mine, as 2 more dead bodies have been recovered, bringing the total of victims to 6. 2 miners are still missing as torrential rain flooded the mine 6 weeks ago, trapping 8 miners working at a depth of more than 500 meters. Now, despite diminishing hopes, rescue efforts continue and experts have been flown in from Canada, Australia and South Africa to help with operations. The authorities are yet to reveal the identities of the bodies that were recovered. And outside Africa, NATO support for Ukraine is unbreakable, and Russian President Vladimir Putin will not achieve his objectives in the country's forces invaded on February 24. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said today the war in Ukraine and the applications by Finland and Sweden to join the defensive alliance that it has triggered are set to dominate a summit of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in Madrid on June 28 to 30 that Sanchez will host. Moving on to business, European shares scaled over 3 weeks high today as new stimulus in China helped carry in last week's optimism, while investors looked for more economic data this week, including German inflation. Authorities in China's commercial hub of Shanghai will cancel many conditions for businesses to resume work from Wednesday, easing a citywide COVID-19 lockdown. Shanghai officials have also announced an action plan to boost the economy, keeping up hopes of growth and demand from the world's second largest economy. Moving on to entertainment, Bill Cosby is set to face a civil trial beginning on Wednesday, June 1, for alleged sexual assault. The civil lawsuit was brought by Judy Orth, who alleges that Cosby plied her with alcohol and molested her in 1974 at the Playboy Mansion in Los Angeles when she was a teenager. Orth, in her complaint, accuses Cosby of putting his hand down on her pants and then taking her hand and performing a sex act on himself without her consent. Cosby was sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison in 2018 following his conviction on 3 counts of aggravated indecent assault for drugging and molesting Andrew Costard, a former employee of his alma mater Temple University, at his home in 2004. Moving on to sport, France's sport minister said fans without tickets caused initial crowd problems at the Champions League final in Paris that sparked strong criticism of the event policing on Saturday. Amelia Castera blamed a mass gathering of supporters with fake tickets for the chaos at the stadium. She also said local youths trying to force their way in made things worse. But the UK Cultural Secretary Nadine Dorries described the scene as deeply concerning and has urged an inquiry. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on the, no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen carrying capacity becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is concave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with that I'm 35 now, so let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances where you lose a job.
I wouldn't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, okay, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative. People have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before you know? At the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything. that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. No. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they pack and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. Some people will just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we'll have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50-something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him, but he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all we left, you know. We all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. it was difficult for me to jump. I'm not, I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting, kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere, and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people. And then some Hilux too had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. And then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there's hunger in my country, they are killing us in my country, there's suffering in my country, there is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally, he was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food, a lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us. But because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going. No, you're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house. There were 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then. And then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked her where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man, he finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed and then I told my sisters, that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night. And then they told us, everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I say, me, if I leave like this, I'll be walking down. I would want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not as if the house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, we intended to go back to Nigeria before. We're going forward though, it's not backward. You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. I carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So, because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back, come back, come back, come back. We didn't answer. We left. Until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us. And then my bros said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bros, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we're already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours, and then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there, they just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, the man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on, you know? We started talking, a lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome Odisona Jadid, welcome Odisona, you know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, we are welcome. We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place. He's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, everybody, oh yeah, this way. Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, You know when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, I'm like, I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you work and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you're even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they would send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros this person is talking to like this? You know, the fear was more. We pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we're able to like talk to bros. How far? Did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding. And the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you are sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die. Someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to any communication device. I can't reach anyone except maybe I'll have to pay someone to borrow his phone or have to, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. People tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we're enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around, pay, yes, kind of bail them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama, Yangoso. That is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Former senator and governorship aspirant for the All Progressive Congress, Magnus Abe, refutes reports that he dumped the All Progressive Congress, APC, and his governorship ambition. And Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is declared winner of the All Progressive Congress, APC's governorship primaries for the state to run, as two other aspirants were denied clearance to partake in the primaries. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Island. Former senator and governorship aspirant of the All Progressive Congress, Magnus Abe, has announced that reports that he has dumped the party are false. Abe, who represented Rivers South East District in the upper chamber of the National Assembly, said he will contest the Rivers State governorship elections in 2023. Abe, however, vowed to challenge the outcome of the indirect primary mode adopted by the former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, for the party's governorship primary in Port Harcourt. He said, and I quote, "The indirect primary being conducted today by the former Minister of Transportation and his cronies in APC in Rivers State clearly does not meet the standard." He noted that he will not accept the outcome, neither will he be bound by it, Abe stated. Now, joining us to discuss this is Tony Okocha, former Chief of Staff, Rivers State, and Isaac Ogbobula. He is of the Rivers State APC. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Gentlemen, can you hear me? I think that we have a connection problem. Can you hear me, Mr. Okocha? Okay. Well, we will try to get the gentleman back on the conversation. We'll take a quick break. Well, it's still Plus Politics, and joining us is Tony Okocha, former Chief of Staff, Rivers State, and of course Isaac Ogbobula, who is the APC caretaker chairman in Rivers State. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'll start with you, Mr. Okocha. Apparently, Senator Magnus Abe is saying that he did not necessarily leave the APC. I remember the last time I spoke with the senator here, he did say that nobody was capable of pushing him out of the party. But then we see him saying that he does not accept the mode of the primaries in Rivers State. And of course, he's still insisting that he will be participating in the governorship elections come 2023. My question is, how is that going to happen, especially with the APC in your state saying that Mr. Toyin Cole is their flag bearer officially? Mr. Kocha, can you hear me?
Yeah, your network is ghosting. I can barely hear you. You are coming in pieces.
Okay, so I'm asking how the senator would want to be the governorship, he would want to participate in the governorship elections come 2023, as he has said, even as he has dropped out of the gubernatorial race. I mean, the party has already said that Mr. Toyin Cole is their flag bearer officially come 2023. How is this supposed to happen?
Okay, thank you. If I got it right, let me start by correcting the misconception and presentation of the sitting Senator Magnus Abe, because yesterday our phones were inundated with calls saying to him that he's withdrawn from APC and governorship of Rivers State. And that is a fat, big lie. That is not the issue. The issue is that we said we are not going to participate in an already skewed process, a process for which you have already known the result, and we say we're not going to participate. And it does not translate to withdrawal, because we have respect for the party and we are still party members. We say we're not going to participate because it's like you going to play a football match, and just at the center of the pitch, you'll see on the scoreboard that you're already 3-0, three goes down. And so, how do you start that kind of football match? So the misconception here is what I first and foremost want to debunk. Magnus is still a bona fide member of Nigeria, Rivers State chapter, and is very much interested to govern the good people of Rivers State come 2023. And we're very much on course.
So my question is, how does he intend to do that? Yes, he's dropped out of the, he's dropped out of the primaries, which he called skewed. But then the APC has acknowledged that Toyin Cole is their flag bearer for 2023. How does the senator hope to pursue this if he indeed says he will run in 2023? The party has to, at some point, declare him a flag bearer. How will that happen?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Mr. Kocha, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to toss to Mr. Gbobula because, Mr. Kocha, I think you're having difficulties hearing us. Mr. Gbobula, I'd like to find out from you exactly what transpired yesterday, even though Senator Magnus Abe has called the primaries that was conducted in your state yesterday skewed.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, Rivers people. First, let me correct the impression that I'm still the caretaker committee chairman. No, immediate past caretaker committee chairman of the party in the state.
Okay.
There is a new chairman on board. High Chief Emeka Beke is a substantive chairman of the party in the state. I think that should be very well noted.
Okay.
Okay. Now, moving forward, I must just say this as simple as it is, that Senator Magnus Abe is entitled to the decisions and actions that he would like to take with respect to party-related issues. For instance, he said that he was not going to participate in the process. It's perfectly his right to say so, but that will not stop anything from happening. The primaries took place on yesterday at the Emeka Stadium, and a winner emerged. Other aspirants participated, and then there was a result. In fact, the name of Senator Magnus Abe was on the ballot. He was announced as part of the persons contesting because he did not write officially to INEC or to the party. He went on social media and other media platforms to say what he wanted to say. But he didn't write officially to say that he was not participating in the process. So INEC, the list sent to INEC of cleared aspirants after the screening, was what was used to conduct the primaries. And he scored one or two votes. I don't know whether he scored any vote at all. So there was a winner at the end of the day yesterday, and that is architect Pastor Tonyeko. Other aspirants called votes too in their favor. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'd
like to ask you some things that to debunk some of the things that the senator said. Now, the senator had said that the process in itself was hijacked by the Minister of Transportation. He also said that the modus operandi, in other words, the mode of conducting that primary, was not necessarily something that was agreed to, and that it was skewed. Were all the candidates told about the mode of that primary? Were they all in agreement as to how the primary was going to play out? Is this something that everybody gave a nod to, including the senator?
It's important for us to get this very correct and right. First, everything that has to do with party primaries is a national event. The publications and all of that come from notices from the national to the INEC and other relevant agencies. The states, all the states need to do is to notify INEC of the venue, and the venue was duly notified to INEC. Every party member knew the venue. So I don't understand. Is it that Mr. Magnus Abe wanted a special notice to himself? There is no such provision anywhere, whether in the constitution of the party, constitution of the confederation, or any electoral law. So I don't understand the argument that he's putting up there. In any event, the steps, the processes to be taken at every turn was scheduled by the national, and it's across the entire 36 states, including FCT.
So Mr. Gbobula, you're telling me that the national had the right to tell you what mode your primaries would take, whether it was direct or indirect. This was the call of the national as opposed to the state?
Yes. Yes, the national takes that kind of decision. Where you hold, the national takes that kind of decision. It's not a state affair. The state does not conduct primaries. National will send the officers from the national to come and supervise and send the results to them.
Interesting. Let me bring back Mr. Kocha into the conversation. Mr. Kocha, are you still there? Can you hear me? Mr. Kocha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
I'm sure that you listened to what Mr. Gbobula is saying. Again, the senator had alleged that the process yesterday was skewed. It was hijacked by the information by the Minister of Transportation and his cronies. But Mr. Gbobula is saying that everything that happened went in accordance with what the national had prescribed for yesterday's event. But your leader is saying that the reason why he pulled out is because this was hijacked. So enable us understand why, if the senator was in the know about the modus operandi, why he's crying foul right now.
Yes, the senator is not a madman. The senator is very cerebral. I hear very well. The farmer, and for somebody who purchased from the neighborhood of 50 million naira to aspire to be governor and perhaps aspire to be candidate of a political party, it's not a child's play. And so he's fully abreast with the processes. But let me tell you here, there are processes that bettered the governor primaries that was announced by APC National for the whole of the country, including the 36 states, including Abuja, yesterday. We are saying that of Rivers State never held.
How do you mean that of Rivers State never held?
The reason why we say that it never held was that they are what they call a special, it never held in the eyes of the law. All right. And so just listen to me and get the reason why I say it never held. Now, there was supposed to be a special Congress. That special Congress was to be held on the 17th and 18th of May. The special congresses would have been delegates who aspirant to candidates of the party, followed up in the whole of traditional media and social media, that process never held in Rivers State. It was hijacked.
I'm sorry, Mr. Okocha, we're having connection issues with you and we're unable to hear you. We'll try to get you back on the line. But in the meantime, let's go back to Mr. Gbobula. Now, going forward, Mr. Gbobula, I want to take you back to 2019. In 2019, we had a similar situation. And it seems like old wounds are being reopened again. The party seems to have been at this place before. It's some form of deja vu. There was a stalemate during the congresses. It's the same thing that happened last year when the congresses were held. The senator kept saying that the situation or the process in itself was skewed. And then, of course, we know what happened in 2019. The party in itself lost out on all the tickets. And then here we are again, 4 years down the line. Why has it taken the APC in Rivers State so long to come to some form of agreement or compromise or a conversation of sorts between the Magnus Abe side of the party and the party as a whole? Why has it taken so long to address this issue that keeps cropping up every time you have primaries or when you have congresses? Every time.
Thank you. First, let me correct a very erroneous impression. The Honorable Minister of Transportation, former Honorable Minister of Transportation, did not hijack any process. He was not in charge of any process at any stage. Everything that happened prior to the primaries and up to the primaries for governorship were scheduled, fixed, supervised, conducted by the national. It's important that we clear this fact. The sale of forms was open to every party member. In fact, even non-party members. Because at the point of selling forms to you, nobody knows. You don't present anything. You just pick up a form and all of that. So they bought their forms in Abuja, and those who, the ones that were told at the State Secretariat, they approached the State Secretariat and bought their forms. So that was very clear. And then two, there is a difference between 2019, the events of 2019 and 2022. We must get that very clear. The narrative is not the same. The scenarios are not the same. Yes. If you want me to go back down memory lane, I will tell you that what was the issue in 2019 was the issue of the ESCO of the party. The ESCO of the party where Ojukari met as the party chairman. And some persons complained that they were denied access to purchase of funds. And they paid for funds in the bank, but they were not allowed to access funds. And so somebody went to complain that it was excluded. And then the court, in its own wisdom, nullified the process. And so if you do not have an ESCO, then how can you now midwife the party affairs to even elect party candidates and all of that? That was what happened in 2019. In 2022, every person had access. So the narratives are not the same. Senator Magnus Abe chose by himself on social media not to participate without any formal communication to any voter. And in law, he's seen as having participated. We have formal channels and processes. If you want to withdraw, if you don't want to participate, and all of that to follow. And if you did not, then you think you have participated and you have failed woefully.
Well, the senator has also, I'm sorry, the senator has also mentioned that he would follow up this case, in the courts of competent jurisdiction. And this again, I ask, how do you make sure that this does not give the APC another fall before the elections proper? You didn't really answer my question. I asked, why has it taken this long to address the issue between the main party itself and, of course, the followers of Senator Magnus Abe? Why has the party not called for a conversation of sorts, a handshake across the table to deal with this issue? Because I'm asking, as a house that is not together cannot really fight a formidable force as, you know, a viable opposition, knowing that the PDP is in charge in your state. How does the APC intend to unseat the PDP in Rivers State if these issues are not addressed? That was what I asked.
Senator Magnus Abe is free to go to court. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. And the people have been going to court all along. From 2019 up to recently, they've been going to court, aren't it? So it's not a new thing to us. If you're asking why it's taking so long for there to be communication meetings and discussions and all that, that's not correct. There have been meetings, there have been consultations, there have been committees set up at the national level, at the regional level, and at the state levels. The national set up several committees, including that one headed by His Excellency Oyegun, former governor of Edo State. Several layers of meetings, several layers of consultation.
But can you say that those consultations and meetings have yielded anything?
And somebody just refused to be a party man.
And when you say he's refused to be a party man, what exactly does it mean to be a party man? Senator Abe continuously says that nobody will push him out of the party and that there are moves to do that. But I keep asking, you've had consultations, you've had meetings, how fruitful have those meetings been? Because if you've not been able to address an issue and it's still lingering, does that not mean that all of those committees have failed?
You can take a horse to the stream, but you cannot force the horse to drink. What is important is that platforms have been provided for people to talk. Reconciliatory committees and panels and bodies have been set up at different levels. People have attended and critics have come out of those processes. If you refuse to accept it, it's up to you.
Okay.
Heavens will not fall because you have refused to accept the process.
I think
it's up to him.
Okay. I think we have Mr. Tony Okocha back. Mr. Okocha, can you hear me? I think we lost that connection again. Unfortunately, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get Mr. Okocha on the line to speak with us. Stay with us. Still talking about the outcome of the Rivers State APC primaries that held yesterday. And of course, we've been speaking with Tony Okocha, former Chief of Staff, Rivers State Government, and of course, Isaac Ogbobula, former APC Caretaker Chairman. Now, Mr. Okocha, we lost you for a bit, and Mr. Ogbobula has been making an interesting case. He's saying that one of the reasons why the senator, or rather, because I asked a question about why we've had this lingering issue of Senator Magnus Abe and his followers continuously being allegedly left out of processes within the party. And I asked why there has not been an opportunity for these conversations to be had, for you to be able to make a point to the big party, which is the PDP, that you are in opposition to. And he has said that several times the party has made moves to try to reconcile the Magnus Abe faction of the party, and there has been an outright refusal for that to happen. And so I'm asking, is the APC ever going to be able to run and win elections in Rivers State if these issues are not being addressed?
Oh, thank you so much. I worry that the network here is physical. The time that I can hear you right now. And I'm happy to also note that I am pleased on this conversation with my friend, Barrister Isaac Ogbobula. And I worry that he is debating in answering the question you asked, why it has been impossible for two groups, the working group, the working functions to come together. And I say so because Ogbobula, as caretaker chairman, we all agree to him because the court said so, that was caretaker chairman of APC at one point. Ogbobula took the bull by the horn with respect to him, and he just, I thank God he's hearing me here. He took the bull by the horn and sent a message to the two factions. I was part of those invited to that meeting. And the meeting was invited, was summoned at the residence of a former governor of Rivers State, His Excellency, who was at a judge. In that meeting, a popular was Justice John Cole and made his presentation in a very sweet manner. He said the essence of the meeting was for us to see whether we can strike a truce where the two parties or the two factions will peace together and work together as one. And we all agree, we are all happy, because for the first time after several years, we have not made ourselves together. We haven't shared the kind of realities and the principles we share between our other brothers on the other side of the divide. We are unfortunately asking about that came from. And what we first and foremost we ask the question, anything you have conveyed is the honorable minister, the leader of the party on your own side of the divide, to be aware of this meeting. Obabola told us, and I'm not that he's hearing me, Obabola told us in that meeting that we could not afford a meeting of that magnitude without the leader being aware of the meeting. And in fact, that he expected commitment from me right now. Now, beyond him, we have one honorable Asita who is also from the other side of the divide, who could have said what Babula said. Asita in his own remarks said that he could not have attended the meeting without letting me and letting know that we are taking that kind of meeting. And I don't think I meant to get his clearance. But if you go and attend the meeting, whatever decision that someone came out of the meeting will bind on him. And on our own side of the divide, the week Nake said the same thing, and Magnus was aware of the meeting. And we spoke with him before we all attended the meeting. And my Magnus was an agreement that we should attend the meeting, and whatever decision we took in that meeting will also bind on him. She is the union time, right? One member of our conservation also celebrated that. So the table was set for a discussion. And we discussed extensively. The first meeting we didn't resolve. We adjourned another day. Seeing Obabola presiding the meeting as caretaker chairman, we all agreed to him. Now, the second meeting, we all agreed, well, you gentlemen, we are tired of this fight. What is this whole struggle about? We need to come together and be robust to be able to present a commitment opposition to PDP in Rivers State. Okay. And we said, okay, what do we do? We agreed that we are going to have a consensus agreement that will bind on all parties. In other words, there was no need for us to go to the field and begin to fight again for the World Congress. I thought that was the beginning of the entire process. Based on that, we appealed to a 4-man committee, 2 at least, and they called 2 people from their own group. One Barrister Henry was a member of the committee, and one Dr. Rex was a member of that committee. On our own part, we had Honorable Friday King, former member of our assembly as member, who had Honorable Oruwari Adekie, former member of our assembly, on our own side of the divide. All of them were asked to go and look at the modus operandi. All of them were asked to look at the virtue of agreement. What do we do? And they were to return back to the house on the Friday, proceeding the process for the Congress. My dear Nigerians will want to hear that in that meeting that was convened for a Friday, it's breaking Saturday for the Congress.
Okay.
The committee members showed up. Every member of our group who has participated in that meeting were also present. So our children, on their own side, only Africa attended the meeting. The whole member committee were already present. They had decided they had reached an agreement on what to do. You know that these people didn't talk. We waited for that for more than 3 hours. Even Africa himself became worried. So why would it that?
So Mr. Okocha, you're saying that they reneged on an agreement that was made in a series of meetings that you had. You're saying that the other side had reneged on this agreement, and that's why there's a... was condemned by my friend, who is here, with me there. Let him deny it. Let's talk about the way forward, because we're running out of time. I feel a bit, like I said at the beginning, it seems like a deja vu. It seems like a problem that doesn't want to go away, because every single election cycle, we keep coming back to having this conversation. Since 2019, every time there's either a World Congress or state congresses, we are back here again. And so what is the way forward? Because there has to be. I'm guessing that you want that to be if the APC must hold any office whatsoever going forward in Rivers State. And that's the same question I asked Mr. Gbobula. What do you think the way forward will be? Because time is ticking and it might run out if something is not done.
Is it me?
No, I'm asking Mr. Okocha this now because I think I asked you that question earlier on.
Thank you. My dear sister, thank you for this question. You know, until they stop acting the Colombo Street, until they stop the Gustavo approach, the approach to hijack, the approach to manipulate the high people, there will APC will continue to place in River State. We have extended the only branch. We have told them that we are ready. We are members of this political party of now. If we didn't have the interest of party, we would have defected or opposed to another political party. Some of us have a lot of problems remaining in this party. We have property, we have human beings remaining in this party. And we don't want the party to drift into a different division. The way forward is that there has to be a written head, and everybody should consider APC to be its own capital enterprise. It is not a private business. And the next time, the more they get to that point that the APC is not the personal business, but it's a political party, not decision for, then we will not make progress.
Okay, and
I think that APC is a political party, and that the political party is a fit candidate, contest election, win election, and the side of the needs of government, we will not make progress. And these are the different countries. We also have the same way under the 2019. You can see the rematch of results. You see the same thing the same way, and you expect different results. The answer is no. My friend there is saying that Magnus will clean right the later one. How will he be tweeting for Magnus? Magnus is still alive.
All right, because
how does he know that Magnus is right the later? Write the later for who for crying out loud.
All right, Mr. Okocha, because we're running out of time, I have very little time left. I have a few seconds, so I'm going to pose this last question to Mr. Gbobula. Mr. Gbobula, do you think
I got your question. Can I just say this?
Yes, I want to rephrase it.
Yes.
Do you stand a chance at this rate? Like I said earlier on, a house divided against itself cannot stand, and you have the PDP to contend with. They have had their own issues, of course, but what do you do going forward?
Thank you. We have never had our chances have never been better than we have it today. But let me quickly clear this. First, I did not hear even one thing, all the things that Chief Okocha was saying, because apparently he's saying it's in an enclosure where it's echoing so much. I didn't hear anything. But I heard from your question when you asked whether there was an agreement between Magnus Abe and the minister or the party. There was no such agreement as time to be corrected. No agreement between Magnus Abe, no concessions,
but he did make mention of the fact that you convened the meeting, Mr. Gbobula. He made mention right here that you convened that meeting and there were agreements that were made to bring 2 people each from each side of the divide, and that was done, but that you reneged on your side of the deal. So you're saying you had no idea about what happened or this meetings that transpired?
To that extent, yes, we had that meeting, we agreed, and we all nominated our people, went to the party secretariat, and every person picked forms supervised by the 2 sides. And we won when we went for the primaries and all of that. So we fulfilled our part of it and they participated. That's why there is no complaint of exclusion when it came to the party structure. That was at that stage. So there was, that if we're talking about an agreement between Magnus Abe and some of that, there is no such agreement. But the one that we had in the several meetings that we had, we fulfilled our part of it.
All right.
And we won them squarely in the field.
Unfortunately, our time is fast spent. I want to say thank you to Tony Okocha. Tony Okocha, I'm sorry, gentlemen, we have to go. Unfortunately, our time is fast spent. Tony Okocha is former Chief of Staff to Rivers State Government, and Isaac Ogbobula is a former Rivers State APC Caretaker Chairman. As we take this break, when we come back, we will be talking about the outcome of Lagos State APC primaries yesterday. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics, and we did say that we were going to talk about the outcome of the APC primaries in Lagos State. Unfortunately, we are unable to establish connection with our guest, and so we'll bring you a recap of what happened on Monday. Yes, we spoke with the resident electoral commissioner of Ekiti State on preparations for the elections in June. Stay with us. You're still watching Plus Politics. Now, 10,269 electoral officers will participate in the June 18 governorship elections in Ekiti State. This was stated by the resident electoral commissioner, Dr. Adeniran Teller, in Ado-Ekiti during a roadshow to sensitize residents to the need to vote and be peaceful in the forthcoming poll. Teller said electoral officers who comprised INEC staff, corps members, and some youths were undergoing a series of training ahead of the polls. According to him, the preparation for the election is picking up momentum, and a lot of activities have been carried out and almost completed. In the area of security, he said the electoral body would work with the police and other security agencies to ensure a hitch-free election. Joining us now to discuss this is Dr. Adeniran Teller. Thank you very much, Mr. Adeniran, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Let's start by talking about the improved INEC. Of course, many people have talked about the beavers and Anambra State being a litmus test for the upcoming elections in Ekiti State and Osun State. Now, there are obviously concerns because we saw some hiccups. I was also in Anambra during that election, and we saw that some beavers were not working. Some of the core members were unable to use those beavers. But let's generally look at the readiness of INEC for Ekiti.
Okay, thank you very much. The commission is poised, and we are fully determined to conduct Ekiti election in an improved electoral process. And this could even be seen in many diverse ways in respect of the steps we have taken so far. For instance, in the aspect of electoral personnel, the security issues, the materials, and etc.
All right, let's talk about the issues that we have seen. Political parties have continuously been dragging each other to court, saying that this is not the rightful candidate. But of course, INEC's duty is to take whoever the leadership of the party says is the candidate or the flag bearer for the party. Has INEC been able to make sure that all the areas where these polling centers, including the new ones, the polling units that have been added to the ones that were there, will be fully secured? Now, we already know that normally we have police officers who are not armed at these polling units. But generally, can you say that Ekiti State will be safe, secure, and we will not have any electoral hiccups come that day, looking at the state of affairs right now within the state?
Thank you very much. From the commission aspect, in a recent time, the commission has succeeded in bringing up an idea, a program, that is specifically meant for the election violence and mitigation advocacy tools. And the whole idea is to identify early signal and relate this to the relevant stakeholders and the security personnel in an attempt to devise an appropriate mitigations to curb electoral violence. Secondly, about 2 weeks ago, the Commission embarked on a program which is being anchored by the Electoral Institute. And this is being taken by the security operatives, cascaded in the electoral security training. And the workshops was basically on how to mitigate, proactively mitigate against violence as well.
What's the biggest challenge that INEC is facing right now, or would think would be the biggest challenge for you in the Ekiti elections come next month? Do you have any other challenges aside from the hiccups that technology might pose? Again, the transmission of results is a thing that Nigerians are really holding on to for dear life, being that this would be one of the guarantees for free, fair and credible elections. How certain are you that these beavers will work even in some areas where might not be necessarily Ado Ekiti?
You could recollect that we had an election in FCT February 2022, and in 2021 we had election in Anambra respectively. And I was fortunate to participate in the two elections. I can boldly tell you that from what we learned so far, we are engaging, and we have done that even here in Ekiti, engaging the core members. We have invested them and engaging them in a route training, we call it route training, and it's an intensive training that spanned for a period of 5 weeks instead of 3 days before the election. So they could even handle the beavers in an appropriate manner. There are some certain hindrances that we pose with the use of beavers, but as I speak to you, we are able to summon the courage and have the challenges over. So we never ever said any problem as it is now.
Let's look at the issue of INEC officials, whether it be the ad hoc staff or the main staff. Many have also queried the steadfastness of INEC officials. We've also seen INEC officials being, charged to court on election, malpractices. Is there also some form of just hold on? Is there some form of training also and retraining on electoral malpractices, bystanding and watching? I know that there's a big issue with, vote buying at polling units, even though INEC has said that this is out of their hands. But is there any form of upgrade that the INEC has come up with to help with the issue of vote buying and electoral malpractices?
On the issue of the electoral officials, you will discover that the newly introduced devices being put in place by the Commission will not give a room for such practice to take place. Then besides, we have given enough training to our staffs, and we are now even giving to the whole world that they will be satisfactorily working assiduously towards achieving the set goals by giving a credible election to the electorate. On this issue of vote buying, we have embarked on a series of training and enlightenment to the electorate to know that they cannot even say themselves. They have to choose freely who will determine, who will occupy the seat for the next 4 years.
How well do you think that training, I mean, I saw that you did a road show to try to educate the populace on what should happen during the elections, but I also covered the Anambra elections, and I saw lots of vote buying happening across the different political parties. Some came in form of food, some came in form of snacks, some actually gave food and money, inducing people who were on that line, to vote for the different political parties. Again, how do we dissuade that? I'm asking because the road shows are great, the sensitization campaigns are good, but how effective are they in changing the mindset of the average Nigerian? We're in 2022 and 2023 is just around the corner where we're going to have the general elections. How effective do you think all that you've done is?
The roadshow is of two ways. The first intent about this is for the electorate to pick up the permanent voters card that we have succeeded in distributing to the 16 local governments. The second aspect is for them to come out en masse and vote, such that their vote will count and they choose their candidate rightfully.
So you're saying that this is very effective or not? You're just saying, you just told me what you do, but do you think that what you've done so far is going to be effective? It would reflect in the attitude of the voters when they come out on that day to vote? That was my question.
Definitely, because virtually every day they pick their voters card. We normally even give the details of the number of those who have collected the PVC. That is an assurance in a way.
So
sorry,
has there been an improvement?
And their vote is going to be counted. Then,
I'm sorry, Mr. Teller. Has there been an improvement?
The training given to the core members, the training given to the electoral officials, the poll officials, and all that. We normally roll the numbers out on constant basis, so that there won't be any iota of doubting as regard the exercise that we are even embarking upon.
So can you say that there's been
and we have created 5% markup contingency?
Sorry, I'm so sorry to speak over you, Mr. Teller, but I'm going to ask this question again. Can you tell me if there has been an improvement in the number of people who are picking up their voters card compared to the previous elections that you've had?
Definitely. The reason why we have an increment on the number of people that are picking up on a voter's card is as a result of the step being taken by the Commission. For instance, we engage the civil society organization, the faith-based organization, the market women outreach, and the elderly ones in our respective villages who are really involved to know the importance, and they should know that the permanent voters card is so central to this exercise. Without being collecting it, they cannot even pick their candidates rightfully.
Well, I want to say thank you. Dr. Adeniro Teller is the resident electoral commissioner for Ekiti State, and he's speaking to us live from Ado Ekiti. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Dr. Teller.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you all for staying with us, and we have come to the end of the show tonight. Plus Politics returns next week on Monday as we continue to talk for development. But even as we are in the campaign season, don't forget to know your rights. Know that you need to get your PVC. It's 2 more days before INEC wraps up. Make sure you get your PVC and get ready for the elections. I'm Mary Anacone. Have a great evening.
That we in the political system have been a disappointment and a failure to the country. And if youth rise up, if people rise up against us, they will be completely justified, because we don't play according to the rules, we don't have rules that are followed, and we do things, for instance, let me go back to talk about the issue of political education. Where will somebody who wants to benefit from the illiteracy of the people, of the lack of capacity of the people, give political education to the people? The political parties are not interested in people who ask questions. They are not interested in people who are independent. They are not interested in people who will do what is right. That is why I said we in the National Assembly should open up the political space so that people that seek to contest election and I deny for whatsoever reason and contest the election as independent candidates.
A system that allows people to pay delegates or have delegates determine who becomes the flag bearer, who a person spends all that money to get to that particular office, does not think that he's accountable to the people. He thinks he's accountable first to himself and his pocket, and then to his cronies who got him there. So you have a crisis in terms of accountability, because ordinarily the Constitution says when you get there, you're supposed to go there and make laws. But the first thing you need to do is to recoup how much you have spent, first and foremost. Then try and get some more money to bolster your finances for the next election.
Most Nigerians who are savvy recognize that both the PDP and APC are one and the same party, and that in 22 odd years, both parties have inflicted so much damage to the possibilities of the Nigerian dream, that there was need to think alternative. But you see, people are very slow to adapting to a new way. People sometimes fear the unknown. But in the case of Nigerian politics, they are particularly wary of the fact that what is called structure tends to determine election outcomes.
We who supported him were the people who made the mistake rather than the person. He didn't change. It turned out that President Buhari had always just wanted to be president, and the governance was not his priority. There were difficult decisions to make. There was no time to make those decisions. He took all his time to make the wrong decisions, and he allowed the country to drift when he should have exercised firm grip on the nation, govern with sensitivity, inclusiveness, some level of empathy, and literally lead rather than just simply delegate responsibility. So it turned out that many of us who supported him were wrong. He wasn't, and it turned out that he just wanted to be president. And as far as he was concerned, that was all he did.
Nothing will happen to Okorocha. It's all about the administration of impunity. Okorocha will play the script by the time he comes out of EFCC confinement. He'll probably withdraw his candidacy like a good boy. And he would, of course, like every other one, once he recants, we've heard it from Adam Oshiomhole. Join us and you are immune. He's one of the foundation members of APC, so how can anyone expect that anything will happen to him? All that you are saying is that in the moment, he is required to act in a manner that is inconsistent with his own choices. And when he finally understands that he has to play according to the script, they will pat him on the back. He will go back to the chambers of the Senate. That was the Senator of the Federal Republic.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sunny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Humsey Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Aka Bueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alhaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Essien Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State, took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheon Rere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka Onwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Onwenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
You and I will be as one.
Good evening, I am Adebanke Odunri, and this is the news update. A former Anambra State Governor, Peter Obi, has picked the presidential ticket of the Labour Party after being endorsed by another presidential aspirant on the platform of the party, Professor Pat Utomi. Obi left the People's Democratic Party, PDP, last week, blaming recent developments in the party for his defection. Obi was a running mate to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar in the 2019 presidential election. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has commenced the screening of presidential hopefuls seeking to fly the party's flag in the 2023 general elections. APC National Chairman Senator Abdullahi Adamu, the party's National Secretary Senator Iyola Umisore, and other party leaders are already at the venue of the exercise, Channels Television confirmed. Former Ogun State Governor and the lawmaker representing Ogun Central Senatorial District, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, who is also seeking to contest the presidential election on the APC platform, is among those who have arrived at the venue for the exercise. The People's Democratic Party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, has met with Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike in Abuja after having defeated the latter at the party's presidential primary in Abuja on Saturday night. The Monday meeting, it was gathered, was to reconcile the two party chieftains and give the PDP a robust outing in the 2023 presidential election against the All Progressive Congress. Details of the meeting remain sketchy as of press time, but our correspondent learned that Atiku is shopping for a southern running mate after his victory at the primary. It was perhaps a ding-dong affair as the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerged as the presidential candidate of the PDP at the primary election held on Saturday. Earlier on the breakfast, the convener of Country First Movement, Professor Chris Nwokobia, while condemning money politics, said Nigeria needs a leader who has the capacity to work night and day to put Nigeria back where it belongs in the world stage.
It was just about the highest bidder. And I think that the time has come for us to interrogate our political process. If we must bet the Nigeria that we want, if we must cause the resetting, the refixing, and the reworking of Nigeria, we must deepen on policy enunciation, on manifesto delivery, on competency, on capacity, on passion and commitment to the common good. It shouldn't be about delegates gathering somewhere and voting for the highest bidder. We must repudiate it. We must lampoon it. We must ask our parties to do right, fight, and right. What we need to refix, reposition, and find our country is about competency, capacity, and youth. We want people who can think on their toes. We want people who can walk hours on their feet. We want people who are in tandem with contemporary global reality. No matter how smart Atiku Abubakar is, Nigeria needs a man who can work night and day who can sit with the best across the world to debate issues about economics, about job creation, about education, and about national security. So I lampoon with vehemence that decision of Alhaji Tambuwal.
Leaders in the southern and central regions of the country under the auspices of the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum have faulted the PDP for electing a northern presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections. They described the outcome of the exercise as an affront to the people of the South and asked politicians in the region to reject any nomination for the office of the vice president. In a communique jointly signed yesterday by leaders of the groups that make up the forum, they specifically faulted the emergence of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the main opposition party's flag bearer. The EFCC has arraigned Rochas Okorocha before a federal high court in Abuja. Okorocha was arraigned this morning on a 17-count charge of fraud to the tune of 2.9 billion naira.
Since the charge was filed in January, whether they will say deliberately or not, they didn't serve him. So they just waited until 24th, which was the screening day of APC, and stormed his house and seized him and took him into custody without court order of arrest warrant. And they have been keeping him. So we have applied for bail because he's entitled to bail. If he's served and he didn't appear, the court will issue a warrant for his arrest, but he was not served. And they did not even take advantage of provision of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, which says if you can't find the defendant, you file a motion for substance service, the court will give you leave, go and put it at his house. They didn't do that. We don't want to suspect their motive for what they did, particularly choosing the day of the screening. So, but when we come tomorrow, I don't want to go deep into it because the issues are before the court now.
So will you file a civil suit against EFCC for the action?
And that will be determined later. Okay. That will be determined.
The police command in Anambra State confirmed an attack on the state-owned Anambra Broadcasting Service, ABS, early this morning. The command's public relations officer in Anambra, DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, who made the confirmation in a statement, however, said no life was lost in the incident. Ikenga said the suspected arsonist could not gain access to the studio but succeeded in burning 2 operational vehicles belonging to the station. Nigeria has recorded 21 confirmed cases of the monkeypox disease in the last 5 months, with 1 death, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC. The NCDC further disclosed that in the month of May, only 6 new confirmed positive cases were reported from 4 states, with Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Lagos 1, and Rivers State 1. Also, 20 suspected cases were reported from 11 states, with Lagos 5, Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Rivers 2, Niger 2, FCT 2, Delta, Oyo, Kaduna, Edo, and Gombe 1 each. A 40-year-old man with renal comorbidity and on immune suppressive drugs died from this disease. And as the 2023 elections draw near, Nigerians have been speaking on the role of the justice system before, during, and after the polls. That's on Street Views. Let's take a listen.
The electoral act once passed becomes the law. And the duty of the court is to interpret the law the way it is, irrespective of who the interpretation will go against or not. Now, coming to 2023 election, before any election, the judiciary has a duty to put in election petition in place based on the Electoral Act. And when that is in place, the judiciary will be ready to take any case because the election petition will have been in place because it's special courts.
The judiciary really doesn't have any preparation to make with respect to election. The judiciary is supposed to be a continuous process, and the only role of the judiciary is to interpret laws. So whatever laws become current or becomes extant, That is what the judiciary will do. The judiciary doesn't have to have a new preparation. They're supposed to be constant at every time. So the judiciary is good to go with respect to the 2023 elections.
The judiciary this time around should look beyond the technical justice and do substantial justice. You know, because it's on record that there was a time when a matter was called at the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, left number 1 and went for number 4. It would be against common sense to leave the person that scored second highest vote, the third highest vote, to go and pick the 4th highest vote. So it's what we call technical justice. So we're hoping and trusting that the judiciary this time around would look at substantial justice to ensure that politicians don't use the courtroom and the instruments of the law to achieve a selfish gain.
The only thing judiciary ought to do at this stage is to be very, very careful, because the politicians are at their game now. This is the time for frivolous application. This is the time for expert application. They will come through the back to get any relief to stop the election or to stop the process. So the judiciary should be watchful to shun all expert applications. What the judiciary can do, they can what they call accelerated hearing. You know, they can accelerate hearing, but let the other party be aware.
And in other parts of Africa, investigations are ongoing in Burkina Faso's Pakwa zinc mine, as 2 more dead bodies have been recovered, bringing a total of victims to 6. 2 miners are still missing. Torrential rains flooded the mine 6 weeks ago, trapping 8 miners working at a depth of more than 500 meters. Despite diminishing hopes, rescue efforts continue, and experts have been flown in from Canada, Australia and South Africa to help with operations. The authorities are yet to reveal the identities of the bodies that were recovered. And outside Africa, the World Health Organization, WHO, have said it does not believe the monkeypox outbreak outside Africa will lead to a pandemic. The WHO is considering whether the outbreak should be assessed as a potential public health emergency of international concern, or PHEIC. Such a declaration as was done for COVID-19 and Ebola would help accelerate research and funding to contain the disease. Asked whether this monkeypox outbreak has the potential to grow into a pandemic, the technical lead for monkeypox from the World Health Organization Emergencies Program, Rosamond Lewis, had this to say.
Existing properties are that it mutates much more slowly than, for example, RNA viruses. So there is not so much information right now on, we're just seeing the first few genomes being put up. We don't have a lot of information on what the genomes of the viruses being detected in this current multi-country outbreak are really telling us yet. That is already a discussion that is happening in circles of virologists working together and looking at these things.
Moving on to business news, European shares scaled over 3-week highs today as new stimulus in China helped carry on last week's optimism, while investors looked for more economic data this week, including German inflation. Authorities in China's commercial hub of Shanghai will cancel many conditions for businesses to resume work from Wednesday, easing a city-wide COVID-19 lockdown. Shanghai officials have also announced an action plan to boost the economy, keeping up hopes of growth and demand from the world's second-largest economy. In entertainment news, Bill Cosby is set to face a civil trial beginning on Wednesday, June 1st, for alleged sexual assault. The civil lawsuit is brought by Judith Huth, who alleges that Cosby plied her with alcohol and molested her in 1974 at the Playboy Mansion in Los Angeles when she was a teenager. Huth, in her complaint, accuses Cosby of putting his hand down her pants and then taking her hand in his hand and performing a sex act on himself without her consent. Cosby was sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison in 2018 following his conviction on 3 months of aggravated indecent assault for drugging and molesting Andrea Costant, a former employee of his alma mater Temple University, at his home in 2004. And on to sports news. France's sports minister has said fans without tickets caused initial crowd problems at the Champions League final in Paris, despite strong criticism of the event's policing on Saturday. Amélie Castedra blamed a mass gathering of supporters with fake tickets for the chaos at the stadium. She also said local youths trying to force their way in made things worse. But the UK Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries described the scenes as deeply concerning and has urged an inquiry. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adibanke Udunui. Thank you for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right, so you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water, and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABRET test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Oluwatosin Ari, and I'm the founder CEO of Farm Fresh Grocery. I started out as a model in like over 2 decades ago. I used to be a model, and that was, I was in Ife and I was modeling at the same time. So for a while, that was just all I wanted to do, modeling. After Deal or No Deal, I went to South Africa. I came back to Nigeria, and I've always liked marketing, sales. So while I was in South Africa, whenever I was coming home, I was buying shoes to come and sell. So when I came back to Nigeria, I was still selling shoes, and then aside selling shoes, I was grooming models. I was running a modeling school. So, but after a while, price of dollar went high, and then I lost my mom to breast cancer. So, but before I lost her to breast cancer, she used to be like the strongest person I know, because I used to be sickly. I was kind of child that every weekend would go to the hospital. I was asthmatic, plenty allergies. But back then, we didn't even know there were allergies, so but I was always in and out of the hospital. I'm actually AA, so it wasn't like I was a sick or anything, but I was always sick. Even when I was in university, I was always having typhoid anytime I changed environment. But my mom is the kind of person that she'll go to Bariga market and she'll buy water in nylon. Not pure water, those 1 naira water, and she will drink it. Nothing will happen to her. I can't. Even pure water will have typhoid, even bottled water. You understand? So for me, she was like the strongest person I knew. And then when she had cancer, she did chemo twice, and then after the second one, she said she wanted to try this naturopathy or wellness kind of treatment, and she stopped taking chemo. And then people she was seeing, then they would say, get flax seeds, get this, get that. I'd never heard of those things before in my life. So I started researching about those things, and I realized that these are things that have a lot of health benefits. But the best thing about natural medicine is that it works faster when you take it before you fall ill, not wait until you become ill. So I kept researching, and then I was discovering so many things like turmeric, and then I used to have allergies. Then I stopped. There was a time that once it was like evening, my nose would be blocked. I'd breathe in my mouth, and then I saw this cardiologist, and it was like I had to put me on loratadine and one asthma drug permanently, and I hated that. I always hated taking drugs. I didn't want to, and then I realized that even loratadine was not working well for me again. It became, my body had kind of adjusted, so I was like, I needed to find an alternative. I needed to find a way of, being able to live a healthier life without having to resort to living on drugs. So that's how I started discovering and making inquiries about herbs and spices. So that's how I founded Farm Fresh Grocery in 2016. So we started out as just helping people get natural food, but then we realized a lot of food were processed and preserved with chemicals. So I wanted to have access to farmers, buy directly from them, and sell. Back then it was so hard because farmers felt they wanted to take over their business. But with time, we grew from having just one farmer to having a network of farmers that we buy things from. And then even at some point, I had to go into farming myself. So I was also now planting some things on my own. Then the herbs and spices that we're trying to educate people about the benefit. People understood what we were saying, and they know, oh, turmeric is very good for this. I was telling people, like when you go to India, for instance, they will tell you that when a child complains of stomachache or headache, the first thing they think about is turmeric. They will make like a turmeric latte. That's their own kind of paracetamol. So you tell things like this to customers, and they'll say, okay, let me buy this turmeric, but they'll keep it in their house. Afterward, they throw it away. So food wastage was not just now, associated to just farmers and processors or distributors. It extends to, the final consumers. People want things that is easy for them to use. People want things that is not, they don't want to stress themselves. They just want convenience. They want a healthy living, but they want it, presented to them in a ready-to-eat form. So I started making herbs-infused honey. So you have like a cinnamon lemon honey, hibiscus honey, like different kinds of honey, as well as sea salt. Because I also realized a lot of people did not want to eat MSG, as well as, several sugar-flavored seasonings that we have out there. So people wanted to live healthy and they wanted it made easier. So that's how I started, infusing herbs and spices in honey, sea salt, teas, even in oil, like sesame oil and olive oil, infuse herbs and spices in them. And just a way to make these herbs and spices a regular thing that people take. We're not waiting now until we fall ill. We're making it a part of us that we do like regularly. So that's how it's been, and that's how we started. The few jobs I had back then, so once I had the money I was making from modeling, I would buy shoes, I'll come back, sell, get some more money. And then eventually when I, relocated back here, I was getting from the US and things were going fine. I was, selling mostly Italian shoes to men and all that. Men, they buy out of need, not out of, not out of, women, once, even if they have 1,000 shoes and they see a fine what they'll buy. But for men, they don't mind spending. Because they know they might just buy one shoe for a while, but it has to be good, So I was selling lots of Italian shoes and all that. But when dollar went from 160 something to 300 and something, I had to rethink, that if this is a business I wanted to continue. And then after I lost my mom, I just saw that food is actually becoming more and more important, the kind of food you eat. I mentioned earlier that, there was a time I had that allergy. By the time I started, alternative medicine towards treating my allergy, the first thing I was asked to do was I was asked to stop eating a number of food. My favorite food was amala, and next was rice. I had to stop eating them. Bread, number 3, I had to stop eating all those things. And guess what? My allergies cleared. I'll wake up, I'm the kind of person that you see me, there's always tissue in my pocket. Because, I didn't even know it was allergy. But my mom used to say, Kogbe. My nose was never dry growing up. So all this while I didn't even know there were allergies because I was asthmatic. So for instance, if all the windows are closed and, there's no fan, there's nothing, after a while, my eyes will start itching, my throat, my ears, and then I'll start sneezing. I didn't know all these things were allergies. I just thought it was normal because that was what I was used to. They discovered I was asthmatic when I was 2 years old. So from there up till that period, all those things were normal until I realized they are actually allergies. So I didn't even know that these allergies can actually stop by changing my diet. And then I would take onions first thing in the morning. It will clear my airways. And then garlic at night. That was all I was put on. And my allergies disappeared. So that made me, realize that it is important for us to change. Look at what we're eating. The real food, as in food, should actually be our medicine, not the other way around. If you eat right, there's no need for medicine. Okay, so how did I get funding to start Farm Fresh Grocery? Well, Farm Fresh Grocery, it started like a joke, because I had a regular work that was going, and then I just thought of, selling to my colleagues first. So I just started with just like a cooler of fresh chicken from the farm, because my sister has a farm. So I'll just get the chicken from her, buy them from her, and sell. That was how I started. Because, then it was hard to find. I remember telling somebody back there when I decided that it's so hard to get farmers that, I'm looking for farmers that I can buy things from so that I can sell to people, It was such a hurdle, but it was such a big deal. And it wasn't even about capital because, I was working. I could use my salary to buy some of the things that I needed to start. So I didn't start big. I started from, just from the house, just buying a few things and selling to people, but telling them that this is healthier, it's not imported chicken, they're hormone free, all that. Unlike all those imported ones that they've given injected formalin and all that, you know. So it was just like a movement, a health movement, to convince people that all these things leads to cancer in the long run. Because in my wildest dream, I never thought my mom would have breast cancer. You know, we used to say, breast cancer, okay. In this, you know, back then, we didn't take breast cancer or any kind of cancer seriously. We say, we are in Nigeria, we are strong. We didn't, you know, because it wasn't so rampant back then, unlike now. You know, before that we can't have cancer. But the more we were embracing, you know, all the things that is done abroad, the more of the cancer we're, you know, also embracing. From selling the chicken, for instance, you know, I'll put a markup once I buy from the farm, from the farmers. I put a little markup, and then, you know, once you sell that, you order more, and then, you know, there's family, my family invested in me, like my husband, you know. So I just started gradually. First it was chicken, it was bell peppers. Then, you know, gradually we moved to other things like gari and all that. You know, just like that, little by little. It wasn't like I started, you know, there's no big finance that came from anywhere. I just started gradually, and, you know. But I got a grant recently from Under 40 CEO. So they gave me $1,300. You know, we had to pitch our business, and so that's the only help I got. But then I've gotten a lot of trainings. There's not, you know, a lot of times we think all we need is finance. But a lot of times you need to know what to do with those finance. And that is why we're trainings, all these entrepreneurship programs coming, you know. So I've gone to a couple, which has actually helped to form how my business has developed so far.
Artificial preservatives have been used in foods for decades. These can lead to negative health consequences and has significant complications, such as increasing costs, handling hazards, concerns about residues on food, and a threat to human environment. As a good alternative, spices and herbs replace chemical preservatives as natural, effective, and non-toxic compounds. Spices and herbs can be used as food additives, flavoring agents, and as natural food preservatives. The term spice and herb are used in describing plant parts used in enhancing the taste or flavoring the food. An herb is a plant that is valued due to its scent, flavor, or other desirable qualities. Herbs are mainly used for medicines, cosmetics, cooking, and other spiritual purposes. Spice, on the other hand, is a dried root, leaf, fruit, or vegetative substance. It is used as nutritionally insignificant amounts as a food additive for color, flavor, or as a preservative that kills or prevents the growth of harmful bacteria. Several spices show antimicrobial activity against different types of microorganisms. The consumption of herbal medicines is increasing throughout the world as an alternative treatment for curing several problems, including heart diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, and even certain types of cancer. The health benefits of spices and herbs includes the help in the faster healing of wounds, act as nutritional supplements, strengthen the immune system, lower blood sugar and cholesterol levels, help protect against cancer. Herbs eliminate nutritional deficiencies and thus restore the correct functioning of the body. They rectify various problems rather than suppressing them. Herbs nourish every part of the body with their vitamin and mineral content. Consuming herbs may also help to reduce blood clots and provide anti-tumor properties, can help control blood sugar and insulin activity, speeds up healing, relieves muscle tension, and reduces stress while improving the circulatory, immune, and nervous system. What makes herbs and spices special are the unique compounds that fight the free radicals, that is, the reactive chemicals that damage our cells, reduce oxidative stress, prevent the formation of tumors, protect your DNA, balance your blood sugar, and enhance digestion. Adding herbs and spices to your daily diet can protect your health in the long term and reduce the risk of cardiovascular, cerebral, metabolic and digestive disorders.
Our biggest challenge, employees. A lot of youths don't want to work. Seriously, a lot of youths don't want to. There are few that want to, but not everybody. You know, it takes a while to get, I don't know why, but you know, they probably just used to easy money come and go. A lot of youths don't want to work. So to get reliable staff is usually tough. So most of the time you have to, you know, they go, you get another one, retrain, they go, they come, you know. It has been one major challenge. The second challenge is packaging. It's so expensive. Packaging is so expensive, you know. People want to see your product, you know, on the same level with imported products, but they don't consider at what cost, you know, it takes to get there. And then sometimes it's not even just the cost, it's the availability. For instance, the flavored honey, we put them in jars, and then the jars, in some places we get them reasonably, like two places I get them that the prices are a bit reasonable. But once those two people don't have, you can get a jar as expensive as 600, 700. So how much am I going to sell the product inside? You know, the other alternative is to import from China. And there's so many challenges that can happen along the way. So it's a bit, you know, dicey. People want to see pretty things, but they don't want to pay for it. You want it to be cheap, but they don't, you know, they don't want to pay, they don't pay the price. And there's also the cost of production. The cost of production is so high, especially if you look at, you know, we have to dehydrate our products. You know, like the raw materials, we always have to dehydrate them. The cost of electricity is like, you know, really high. And then a lot of our processes are still manual. So we need like to get some equipment to make it, you know, better. Okay, if you look at this, for instance, I'm trying my hands on flavored, sachet flavored honey. So I try to do this manually. See what we can, this is the best we could get. But if we have that machine, you get those imported kind of thing. And to get one of those machines, you spend, you know, at least like $3,000 or $2,500, yes, to get it into here before you pay for the price itself and then the bringing it down here and all. You know, so cost of, you know, getting those automated machines are not so cheap. I wish that, you know, each time that the government say they support farmers, that they actually do. But we haven't seen it. So there was a time I, you know, leased land from the government in Ogun State. It's a palm plantation. So they had this, you know, they have like over hundreds of hectares just, you know, there. So they were leasing it out. So I leased about 20 hectares and I decided to start with 4 hectares. I planted cassava, a trailer load of cassava. And I did pick 1 naira from there because herdsmen, they went there, they harvested them for their animals and even burnt the whole place down. And the government, who is supposed to be my landlord, could not save me from them. ASF, African swine fever, happened and we lost a lot of our pigs. The government, we were yet to hear any support from them up till today. During the strike, nationwide strike, we planted cucumber. The cucumber was ready for harvest. We couldn't get to the farm because there was riots everywhere. We tried several times to go to the farm. All the cucumber wasted, like 20-something bags of cucumber. The few that we were able to take to the market, when we got to the market, was rejected. That is already changing color. You know, in a civil environment, the government will subsidize things like that. Like, Okeawe is a very big farm, and a lot of farmers lost their life because they lost billions to this African swine fever. We're yet to hear anything from the government. Nothing. So I don't know what to ask them because I don't know if they do anything. Because, you know, all we've asked is that they subsidize things for us when there are problems like this. But, you know, they don't even show up. You know, so we've learned to do everything by ourselves. Well, for me, the joy is mostly when, you know, customers are happy about what you're doing, especially like the flavored honey, flavored salt, the teas, you know. When a customer says, can you make a tea for me to help me sleep better? and the customer is happy that, you know, the herbal tea helped and, you know, she was able to sleep. Those are the kind of things that you just, you know, sometimes when these are flavored honey, when we are making it can be very tedious because we have to squeeze out the herbs from the honey manually. It can be very hectic, and some days I just wonder, why am I stressing myself through all this process? But then when a customer tastes and you know, this is really good, you know, it actually makes you happy. And then when we get recognitions, like when we got the grants, or like when we got picked for programs, you know, like a lot of programs that were not funded by, you know, governments, like private NGOs and all that, but you know, you learn quite a bit, you know. Like we recently concluded a program by Cherry Blair Foundation and Enterprise Development Center on financial literacy. That kind of training is invaluable. It's more than asking for money, because if you have the money and you don't have the idea of how to channel it into your business, how to, you know, come up with a plan, then, you know. So it's not all the time that all we want is money. Sometimes it's just free trainings, like what some of these NGOs have done. If the government can even do some of that, you understand what I'm saying? For the youth, you're saying youth should go into agriculture, but the few that are going, how are you supporting them? What are you doing to support them? You know, agri-business, like any other business, it's a tough business. A lot of times you feel like giving up. I know I felt like giving up after those experiences, you know, because like, is it only me? First, I went to Jebugbo, you know, invested so much money, you know, paid for 20 hectares, you know, plant. The stress from Jebugbo to that farm in Akboje, it takes like an hour from Ijebugbo. You can imagine me leaving Lagos and facing there and coming back. One challenge or the other, and then the stress of even planting, then the labor there is highly overpriced. You know, battling with all that, and then at the end of the day, nothing to show, nothing at all. You know, so I always advise, you know, people who want to go into agribusiness, you must have knowledge before you go into the business. You must have adequate knowledge. People will take advantage of these so-called people that you think are your friends or somebody from church. They will show you Niger. So you must have, you know, adequate knowledge about the business yourself. You must have time. Because if you don't have time, they'll cheat you. There's no two ways about it. You know. And then I always say that if you want to invest in a farm, make sure you can fence the place. Because until this our herdsmen issue is totally resolved, just make sure the place is fenced, or else you're just investing, like fetching water with a basket. No matter how much you pour water into it, you're just wasting that energy. There's no guarantee that you go away with anything from there. Okay, so I had a staff that was always going to check, you know, what was going on in the farm. And then he went there once and he saw them there. He took a picture showing them in the background. They were even, you know, telling him that why is he taking their picture? Because they don't go in, they go in numbers. They go in numbers, so he couldn't challenge them. So he just took the picture, you know, as they were in, you know, like thousands of the animals and the people, you know, moving them. So I could see that those were the people, actually. So for distribution, so far, we got our NAFTA for like 6 of our products last year, towards the end of last year. So we've been trying to sell to the supermarkets. So but the challenge now is that there's some supermarkets that, you know, when you supply them and they sell, before you get your money out, it takes a while. So because of that, you have to shine your eye and be very careful. Because I heard that some supermarket that over a year, if you won't get your money out, so one has to be careful. You know, but we're in a number of places. We're at Araba's Homemade. It's a restaurant, and they do bakeries and all that. So we have our honey and our sea salt there. Then we have Farm Shoppy. It's on the Bagada Expressway, the filling station there. There's Ayaba's Healthy's store also in Bagada Phase 2. And then there's Tonyson Supermarket in Ebute Metta. We plan to extend to more places, working on that. We're also talking to them at Amazon Farms in Ikoyi. But we have our personal shop inside the Bagada General Hospital, shop 12, Bagada General Hospital. So basically, the plan is to, extend to more supermarket. And what we actually just joined some platforms, e-commerce platforms like Jumia and Flutterwave. We intend to join more before the end of the year so that people can actually order from out of Lagos and then they do the delivery, which is the advantage of e-commerce.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
worry for that. All rodents and reptiles who they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can merge together to meet up with responsibility.
One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this Yahoo thing. So I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I find myself jobless now. Presently, I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling. You that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira. It affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We're in I'm in a room now, I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even as maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares. And some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look. So people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youth have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upskilling of our youth, whether the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the N-Power, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that We are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS. You know, but I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction as a minister in this government? Is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys know they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa. The Security and Exchange Commission (SEC) released its long-awaited digital asset regulation that is meant to guide how digital assets such as cryptocurrencies are regulated in the country. Now, the new rules for digital assets are part of its effort to regulate the digital virtual assets such as bitcoins and NFTs. This document titled New Rules on Issuance, Offering Platforms and Custody of Digital Assets cover regulation on 5 major items ranging from issuance of digital assets to rules that govern digital asset exchanges in the country. Expectedly, the regulations have drawn several positive and negative remarks from cryptocurrency enthusiasts across the country and outside Nigeria. We will be looking at these regulations on the show today. Welcome to Business Insights and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, just before we get into the discussion of the day, here is a highlight of the major stories that made headlines in Business Nigeria this week. Take a look.
The federal government has said it is targeting local refining of over 2.555 billion barrels of crude oil worth over 120 trillion naira in the next 5 years. A combined refining capacity of more than 1.4 million barrels per day is expected from the rehabilitation of the existing 4 national refineries, co-location of new refineries, construction of greenfield refineries, and construction of modular refineries as part of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources refining roadmap in the next 5 years. The refining of 1.4 million barrels per day is approximately 2.555 billion barrels in 5 years. At least 51.3 million unique telecommunication devices may not have national identification numbers. According to the Nigeria Communications Commission's document titled Deployment of a Device Management System, Project Information Memorandum, Nigeria had about 132 million unique devices connected to telecommunication networks in 2020. It said with more than 200 million active lines on the Nigerian telecommunication network, there is great potential for the development of a DMS in the Nigerian market. The Nigeria Identity Management Commission enrollment dashboard for April 2022 showed 80.7 million people had NINs as of April 23, 2022. This leaves 51.3 million device owners without NINs. Experts and entrepreneurs in the digital space have called for a critical review of Nigeria's digital economic regulations to meet up with other progressive economies. The professionals who spoke at the 2022 Legal Business Conference in Lagos said these digital sectors included blockchain, crypto, and fintech innovation. According to a statement, the professionals in the fintech and blockchain subsector of the financial industry said Nigeria was losing billions of naira owing to its inability to explore and maximize myriads of opportunities inherent in the digital world like other economies. African Economic Outlook 2022, released by the African Development Bank, has projected the average growth of Nigeria's economy this year through to 2023 at 3.2%. The report, which was released at the ongoing annual general meeting of the bank in Accra, Ghana, focuses on the growth prospects of the continent in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change adaptation, energy transition, and other structural challenges. The report unveiled by the president of the bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, his team and board of governors examines the economic outlook at regional level and country-by-country basis. AFDB's projection is slightly higher than the 3.11% growth rate of Q1 as released by the National Bureau of Statistics.
Welcome back. Those are the stories that made headlines. Reactions are already trailing the new regulations by SEC, Some experts have said although the guidelines were a welcome development for the country, the ingredient of the regulation did not favor the local market. Well, joining us now to share his perspective on the development is certified blockchain architect Rume Dominic. Rume, thanks for joining us on Business Insight and Plus TV Africa.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
All right, let's dive into it, Rume. Let's just start by asking your reactions concerning these new sets of regulation. How does it really hit you?
Okay, interestingly, it's one that is actually a welcome idea. It is a very good thing, actually. It is good that we have clarity forward, especially with digital assets in Nigeria. You see, when investors want clarity, when they want to get into any market, when they want to invest a lot of money, a lot of billions into every market, and they want to see profit, they want to be able to weigh their risks to reward ratio in order to ensure that they are extremely profitable on the long run. So while we see some of these particular complaints around the recent SEC regulation that was released, I find it as very interesting, and it is one that will actually pave a good way for the development of cryptocurrency assets. Because, I mean, we have seen good players come in from outside this particular country that would also have a lot of money to be able to invest. But one place that I find it very, very troubling is that the SEC, in most of their provisions, especially for this particular regulation, they are actually on the side of taking from most of the cryptocurrency pioneers, and they are not really giving back to.
All right,
we'll discuss much more about that.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that. They taking from the players and not really investing. We'll take it one step at a time. But let's talk about some other issues people have commented on. Specifically, the Securities and Exchange Commission is actually classifying this particular asset as securities, as it were, and. It's a peer-to-peer network, if you ask me, the Bitcoin and all that, and it's very hard to regulate. Don't you think that in itself is an issue?
So that is actually not meant to be our first major focus. Our first major focus should be this particular technology that just hits the ground. When we look at it in terms of finance, okay, it is just an enabler of finance in the sense that it is currency that is used in the digital world to actually enable finance. So we should first be focused on not the peer-to-peer nature or how safe it can be because of this particular regulation that came on board. Let's take, for example, some of the major requirements stated that we needed about 100,000 naira first of all for like an application fee. Then you needed about 200,000 naira to be able to get the processing going on. Then you also need about 30 million naira to also get some registration, and then you also need about 500 million naira for what? For capital, which you would need to put on ground before you are able to even exchange digital assets, just like you said now, especially with Bitcoin peer to peer. So after you've brought forward all these requirements, you still need to now go and fulfill this particular legal requirement before you be able to exchange Bitcoin. If you put it in the peer-to-peer manner, everybody that has fulfilled this yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We lost you at some point. Please go ahead with your thoughts.
Okay, so I was saying that we should look critically at the security aspect of it, in the sense that we looked at it and then we needed about, from the requirements that we're given, we needed about 100,000 naira for you to first of all register. You needed about 300,000 naira for you to even put forward that particular application. Then you needed about 30 million, which is about almost $50,000 to be able to quickly get that particular registration process going on. And then you need a capital requirement of about 500 million naira. And then you also need an upfront capital of about $8,600. When you put all of this together, it ensures that if somebody goes into this particular space and does not fulfill what he or she is promising to the Nigerian investors, to the Nigerian populace, all of these particular assets that we have made mention of in the past would be at risk. So it makes people to be able to live up to a certain level of integrity, especially with the deliverables that the Nigerian populace will be expecting, the trustworthiness that the Nigerian populace will be expecting from the investment that they are making into this particular digital space. So we should not focus on the anonymous nature of it first. We should focus on the security that it is providing to the Nigerian populace through this particular regulation. That is what I think.
All right, Ruma, fine. You've talked about the cumbersomeness of the financial outlay and requirement for digital assets offering platforms, that's the DAOPs. But some people have also said that it's as though the Securities and Exchange Commission and the CBN are actually working at cross purposes over this regulation. Do you agree?
Well, I would not say that conclusion is far-fetched. Regardless, let's also note that this is not a letter or a circular from the CBN that negates their February 2021 circular to the banks that ban cryptocurrency. This is actually a circular from the SEC saying that, well, you want to do cryptocurrency in Nigeria, you want to be able to get into this space, you want to do big business here. You guys can, if you can, this particular requirement, then you are free to be able to come into our legal system and you are legally recognized. Meanwhile, I think what will happen is after this particular phase has passed, then the CBN would now come out and start lifting some of those bans that they've placed on cryptocurrencies before now. But that is not really to say that because of this particular circular for the regulation that is out, CBN has actually withdrawn that particular statement or that particular circular that was given out to the banks. It is just a way to be able to now say, okay, people that are interested, since Nigeria is one of the biggest markets, we are welcoming that particular engagement. Like you know that Nigeria was part of the people that went for this last El Salvador's Bitcoin conference. And considering the fact that Nigeria also has the CBDC, which is the e-Naira, attached to their portfolio, it is good that Nigeria is actually taking a very strong standpoint to regulate this. And I think the CBN should start taking a little bit of lesson from this now. But what I want them to do is to do something that is also stretching to the community. Before they take many of these particular conclusions, they should try to reach a lot of the communities so that they would be able to play this particular regulation in a way that it will not stifle innovation. It will be beneficial to both the small players and the big players.
I was going to ask you that, Ruma, because a lot of people actually said before this or after this new set of rules were brought out by the Securities and Exchange Commission, it was a general thing that the active players or the key players were not carried along. There was no town hall meeting or stakeholders meeting to bring about all of the input. It was as though they just brought the hammer on players. Do you agree?
Yes, I actually do agree. Because when you take a statistical outlook at the industry right now, you see that the majority of the players, especially in the Nigerian market, they are young people within the age of about 20 to 30 years old. And let's be factual. One of the major problems of entrepreneurs in Nigeria is access to capital. And that's one of the problems that blockchain actually solves, because it helps them to be able to raise funds through processes like crowdfunding. But then access to capital, when you might not have lasted in the space for so long a time, maybe like 4 or 5 years, you might not have access to those much capital that we just called. So you see that the average 25 years old boy, which is already a big player, a medium player in this particular space, might not really be able to fulfill all of those requirements. Now, it is like this. You then shut that particular man's business down because of this particular SEC regulation. And then you have foreign investors that have seen the opportunity. They come into the country and they have the money because they are actually coming with enough dollars, and then they're able to pay the Security Exchange Commission, and they're able to monopolize this particular market. Meanwhile, there's also no provision in all of this regulation saying that, okay, since some of these local players or these young individuals might not be able to meet up, these young individuals, when these big companies come with their money now, would they partner with some of these local companies? Would they be able to say, okay, let them invest 20% of the funds back into development of these local companies, so that with time, after like 2 years, these particular local players that do not have money now, they will start investing into the big leagues and start playing in the big leagues? Or I think they should have also done it like this. They should have also looked at a way of saying, okay, for some of the high, maybe if you do so and so value of transaction, because they focus so much on the exchanges. If you do so and so volume of transaction, then you can pay so and so amount, maybe about 15 million or about 10 million. Then if you are playing in so and so capacity, or they make it like a tier, they give it a tier type of structure, so that a lot of people, it can be accommodating for a lot of young players, so that we will not see the innovation die and a lot of youth just go hungry at a time where a lot of recession to come out from.
Okay, so speaking of which, all of these challenges that you've talked and big companies trying to take over, when ordinarily it is the young people who are really involved in this digital economy in Nigeria. So don't you think it's high time these players, be they active or just passive ones, don't you think it's high time that you guys came together and maybe forged some sort of a common front, or maybe like an identity, so that your voices can be heard amply?
Yes, I strongly agree with you that it's high time we come together and form a very strong group and movement that will make our voice heard very well. And coming to that particular aspect, that's why we have one of the strongest body in Nigeria, CBAN, Stakeholders of the Blockchain Association of Nigeria, which I am an executive of. And if you notice, about 3 weeks ago, we published a circular on one of the national dailies, especially relating to these digital assets and some of the challenges around it. So we have started gathering up our might to see that we get one single voice as an organization, as CBAN. So we do that with the platform of CBAN, which is the Stakeholders of the Blockchain Association of Nigeria, so that we can forward petitions and we are also able to regulate it. The major problem I see here is actually the unwillingness of the government bodies to work with people that are far much more experienced than them. You see, in other developed countries, they set up panels, they set up boardrooms for experts that know about all of these things. They even pay for them to come and teach them these things and then guide them through. We are doing this, a lot of us are trying to do these things in Nigeria, especially in the governmental level, with trial and error, or they are just trying to copy things that are not realistic, or that is not even related, is not practically applicable to their geographical region. So I think that is where the major problem is coming from. They should try to see how they can work with much more experts, and then see how they can also tailor their regulations, especially relating to their geographical location, their markets, and how Nigeria can actually really scale with this particular innovation.
All right, Ruben, it's good you've talked about some of these challenges, and I just want us to look at some preferable solutions to all of this. You talked about the exchange, focusing on it as more of a security than all the other issues. You also talked about identifying the original players and working with them, in as much as they might not really understand them, how it relates to this particular geographical location. So what else can the maybe regulators and of course players do in the immediacy, in the short term, to ensure that all of these bottlenecks are, stemmed?
Okay, they say you can never beat the place of experience in a man's life. One of the ways a lot of us started getting very interested in this, that we started experiencing the currency, we started experiencing the technology itself, and we started developing use case and business solutions that are currently still viable and have a lot of solutions that are still offering to the public. So the first place the people should come from is to start from a knowledge point, which is the place of acquiring skill set. That's why at Vorem, we have an academy, Vorem Academy, where we teach all of the blockchain skills. We have about 20 blockchain courses where we dispense all of those things in about 107 different modules, which focuses on the security, the regulatory parts of cryptocurrency, the distributed ledger, the business use case, how it applies to different technologies, different geographical locations, the new metaverse, the NFTs, how to be able to use them to access decentralized autonomous organizations, how to be able to use them for governance and voting. So this is actually one of the pathway that is required for a better regulatory and implementation process. When we have that and we're coming from a knowledge point and we're able to tackle this with enough experience, then that particular challenge will no longer be an issue.
All right, we must say a very big thank you to you, Rume Dominic, for all of these insights that you have shared. We look forward to seeing you again in future as this developments unfold in our digital economy. Thank you so much, Rume.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Yes, it is indeed a pleasure. Rume Dominic is a certified blockchain architect. Staying with the financial sector, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, says it will continue playing its role as a bridge to engender positive collaborations between all players in fintech for the good of the industry. Ken Okpara said this during his investiture at the 22nd President and Chairman in Council of the CIBN, which held in Lagos. I'll leave you with details of that, and I'll see you again next time. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Having said that,
Gathered at this hall are banking professionals who have converged to celebrate the men who will control the hems of affairs of the Bankers Institute for the next 2 years. Though they are in a celebratory mood, musings about the industry, which has witnessed relative stability in recent times amid economic headwinds, resound.
I shall abide by.
After his investiture, the new CIBN boss, Ken Okpara, says the future of banking, which revolves around the Generation Z, is a focal strategic goal for his administration, hence the need to encourage fintech. His predecessor, Bayo Olugbemi, shares similar thoughts.
The future is here. It means that we need to begin to build up inclusion, have the Gen Z, the younger people, who definitely will take over from us to be inspired to do the business of banking.
We have seen that there are a lot of channels of delivery and services, and technology is the main thing now. If you don't embrace technology in banking, you fail. So that's why I encourage banks. We're doing a lot of financial technologies, but we should do much more than what we are doing now.
The competition for traditional banks has shifted in the past 7 years from fellow banks and peers to small but mighty adventure-seeking entities called fintechs. As the conversation shifts towards payment system and the CBN's e-Naira, the bank executives share their thoughts on the future and viability. Meanwhile, in an address, the Lagos State government promises to continue to make the state conducive for business to thrive.
In terms of payment system, you discover that the banks have done so much in accelerating the payment system. It's one of the countries in this, in this world where you can do online service and get instant payment. It does even in US. If you do payment, it doesn't happen instantly, and that essentially is a credit to the banking system.
I think our people, Nigeria in particular, we prefer cash, but little by little, I think the tenets or the policy of e-Naira we go down.
Show you all that we are working tirelessly to further strengthen the economy and the financial sector in Lagos to make life better for all Lagosians.
In line with re-engineering the sector, the CIBN promises to develop a digital roadmap for the banking and finance industry and offer certifications on digital skills.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
What's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I am Adebanke Odunuri, and this is the news update. A former Anambra State Governor, Peter Obi, has picked the presidential ticket of the Labour Party after being endorsed by another presidential aspirant on the platform of the party, Professor Pat Utomi. Obi left the People's Democratic Party, PDP, last week, blaming recent developments in the party for his defection. Obi was the running mate to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar in the 2019 presidential election. The All Progressives Congress APC has commenced the screening of presidential hopefuls seeking to fly the party's flag in the 2023 general elections. APC National Chairman Senator Abdullahi Adamu, the party's National Secretary Senator Iyola Omisore, and other party leaders are already at the venue of the exercise, Channel Television confirms. Former Ogun State Governor and the lawmaker representing Ogun Central Senatorial District, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, who is also seeking to contest the presidential election on the APC platform, is among those who have arrived at the venue for the exercise. The People's Democratic Party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, has met with the Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike in Abuja after having defeated the latter at the party's presidential primary in Abuja on Saturday night. The Monday meeting, it was gathered, was to reconcile the two party chieftains and give the PDP a robust outing in the 2023 presidential election against the ruling All Progressives Congress. Details of the meeting remain sketchy as of press time, but our correspondent learned that Atiku is shopping for a southern running mate after his victory at the primary. It was perhaps a ding-dong affair as the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerged as the presidential candidate of the PDP at the primary election held on Saturday. Earlier on the breakfast, the convener of Country First Movement, Professor Chris Okobia, while condemning money politics, said Nigeria needs a leader who has the capacity to work night and day to put Nigeria back where it belongs in the world stage.
It was just about the highest bidder. And I think that the time has come for us to interrogate our political process. If we must bet the Nigeria that we want, if we must cause the resetting, the refixing, and the reworking of Nigeria, we must deepen on policy enunciation, on manifesto delivery, on competency, on capacity, on passion and commitment to the common good. It shouldn't be about delegates gathering somewhere and voting for the highest bidder. We must repudiate it. We must lampoon it. We must ask our parties to do right, try and right. What we need to refix, reposition, and find our country is about competency, capacity, and youth. We want people who can think on their toes. We want people who can walk hours on their feet. We want people who are in tandem with contemporary global reality. No matter how smart Atiku Abubakar is, Nigeria needs a man who can work night and day, who can sit with the best across the world to debate issues about economics, about job creation, about education, and about national security. So I lampoon with vehemence that decision of Alhaji Tambo.
Leaders in the southern and central regions of the country under the auspices of the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum, SMBLF, have faulted the PDP for electing a northern presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections. They described the outcome of the exercise as an affront to people of the south and asked politicians in the region to reject any nomination for the office of the vice president. In a communique jointly signed yesterday by leaders of the group that make up the forum, they specifically faulted the emergence of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the main opposition party's flag bearer. The EFCC has arraigned Rochas Okorocha before a federal high court in Abuja. Okorocha was arraigned this morning on a 17-count charge of fraud to the tune of 2.9 billion naira.
Since the charge was filed in January, whether they will say deliberately or not, they didn't serve him. So they just waited until 24th, which was the screening day of APC, and stormed his house and seized him and took him into custody without court order of arrest warrants. And they have been keeping him. So we have applied for bail because he's entitled to bail. If he's served and he didn't appear, the court will issue a warrant for his arrest, but he was not served. And they did not even take advantage of provision of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, which says if you can't find the defendant, you file a motion for substance service, the court will give you leave, go and put it at his house. They didn't do that. We don't want to suspect their motive for what they did, particularly choosing the day of the screening. So, but when we come tomorrow, I don't want to go deep into it because the issues are before the court now.
So will you file a civil suit against the EFCC for the action?
And that will be determined later. Okay. That will be determined.
The police command in Anambra confirmed an attack on the state-owned Anambra Broadcasting Service (ABS) early this morning. The command's public relations officer in Anambra, DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, who made the confirmation in a statement, however, said that no life was lost in the incident. Ikenga said the suspected arsonist could not gain access to the studio but succeeded in burning 2 operational vehicles belonging to the station. Nigeria has recorded 21 confirmed cases of the monkeypox disease in the last 5 months, with 1 death, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC. The NCDC further disclosed that in the month of May, only 6 new confirmed cases were reported from 4 states, with Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Lagos and Rivers states 1 each. Also, 20 suspected cases were reported from 11 states, with Lagos 5, Bayelsa 2, Adamawa 2, Rivers 2, Niger State and the FCT 2 each, Delta, Oyo, Kaduna, Edo and Gombe State 1 each. A 40-year-old man with renal comorbidity and on immune suppressive drugs died from the disease. As the 2023 elections draw near, Nigerians have been speaking on the role of the justice system before, during and after the polls. That's on Street Views. Let's take a listen.
The electoral act once passed becomes the law, and the duty of the court is to interpret the law the way it is, irrespective of who the interpretation will go against or not. Now, coming to 2023 election, you know, before any election, the judiciary has a duty to put in election petition in place based on the electoral act, and when that is in place, the court will, the judiciary will be ready to take any case, because the election petition will have been in place because it's special courts.
The judiciary really doesn't have any preparation to make with respect to election. The judiciary is supposed to be a continuous process, and the only role of the judiciary is to interpret laws. So whatever laws become current or becomes extant, that is what the judiciary will do. The judiciary doesn't have to have a new preparation. They're supposed to be constant at every time. So the judiciary is good to go with respect to the 2023 elections.
The judiciary this time around should look beyond the technical justice and do substantial justice. Because it's on record that there was a time when a matter was called at the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, left number 1 and went for number 4. It would be against common sense to leave the person that scored second highest vote, the third highest vote, to go and pick the fourth highest vote. So it's what we call technical justice. So we're hoping and trusting that the judiciary this time around would look at substantial justice to ensure that politicians don't use the courtroom and the instruments of the law to achieve a selfish gain.
The only thing judiciary ought to do at this stage is to be very, very careful, because the politicians are at their game now. This is the time for frivolous application. This is the time for expert application. They'll come through the back to get any relief to stop the election or to stop the process. So the judiciary should be watchful to shun all expert applications. What the judiciary can do, they can what they call accelerated hearing. They can accelerate hearing, but let the other party be aware.
And in other parts of Africa, investigations are ongoing in Burkina Faso's Bakwa zinc mine as 2 more dead bodies have been recovered, bringing the total of victims to 6. 2 miners are still missing. Torrential rains flooded the mine 6 weeks ago, trapping 8 miners working at a depth of more than 500 meters. Despite diminishing hopes, rescue efforts continue, and experts have been flown in from Canada, Australia, and South Africa to help with operations. The authorities are yet to reveal the identities of the bodies that were recovered. And outside Africa, the World Health Organization has said it does not believe the monkeypox outbreak outside Africa will lead to a pandemic. The World Health Organization is considering whether the outbreak should be assessed as a potential public health emergency of international concern. Such a declaration, as was done for COVID-19 and Ebola, would help accelerate research and funding to contain the disease. Asked whether this monkeypox outbreak has the potential to grow into a pandemic, the technical lead for monkeypox from the World Health Organization Health Emergencies Program, Rosamond Lewis, had this to say.
Existing properties are that it mutates much more slowly than, for example, RNA viruses. So there is not so much information right now on, we're just seeing the first few genomes being put out. We don't have a lot of information on what the genomes of the viruses being detected in this current multi-country outbreak are really telling us yet. That is already a discussion that is happening in circles of virologists working together and looking at these things.
And sports news, Premier League club has revealed that Roman Abramovich has completed the sale of Chelsea and related companies to an investment group led by Todd Bowley and Clear Lake Capital. The consortium, which won the bid to acquire the London side earlier this month, received approval from the Premier League and the British government last week for the sale to go ahead. Russian owner Abramovich put the club up for sale in early March following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which Moscow calls a special military operation. And as a news update, for more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunuri. Thank you for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes people even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. A third thing is water, hydration. Good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body. And many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good. And so it takes a quiet stage. And then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all. And then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like Staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body, all right? So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them, have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner, okay? If there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that, all right? Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what the injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right, and you do subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.